Okay. I keep waiting for the zoomies to stop. I'm sitting here like, all right, there's some street racing going on. I'll give them a second, get the zoomies out of their system, real quick, real quick. Just let them get it out of their system, right? And then I'll go live. Nope, they just kind of kept going. And going, and going, and going, and going. So, I don't know, we may have a bunch of zoomies to deal with tonight. I don't know. We're gonna find out together. Maybe I should close the windows, but I don't wanna. It feels nice because it's post the F, but also, in component number 2, we gotta get element number 2. We gotta set up. We're all ready for it. Like, it'd be ridiculous to change everything now. It'd be ridiculous, and ain't nobody here for ridiculousness, right? Of course not. Of course not. Greetings. Salutations all. I've not done roll call. Let's find out. Where we go. Talk to me about the stuff and or the things. YouTube. Hello there. Twitch. What are you doing, Twitch? Hello? Please? This is not where I want you, Twitch. Definitely not. Okay. Good. Twitch. Alerts. Hopefully. Let's see if this thing took. Let's see if it worked. Was that not? Oh, that's supposed to face that away. Good. Okay, we got that. Yeah, I think our and lurks most important. Do you hear? Do you hear this? Clear as day, I'm sure you do. Our lurks current. It looks like it. It looks like we may have our people taken care of. It looks like we just might be successfully putting friends before frames. Friends before frames. Gotta say. I gotta say. Okay. Let's see here. Are we good? Okay, fine. Whatever. We're good enough is what it is. We're good enough. Greetings. Salutations. It's very good to see you guys. All right, let me scroll. Who goes there? Ahmed was here first. It's crazy. I mean, unless you count Mel being here late last night. Unless you count Mel, the troublemaker. I got much more to say, but I don't even know if Mel's here yet. And I'm not going to say it because I'm not going to talk about her behind her back. I'm going to talk about her to her face. You know what I'm saying? To her face. So, Ahmed, thank you for being here. He's streaming right now. So he doesn't get to defend his position, but Retro here second. Wow, and Leanne. Hello, Leanne here for first. It's good to see all you fabulous humans. Hello. Thank you for calling out Leanne Mouse. Also, it's good to see you, Mouse. Leanne, thank you for calling out Mouse. I appreciate you guys very much. Very much indeed. Also, hey, I'm grateful for the follows to Kells and Cells. That's super funny. To Kells and Cells. Maybe Sona. Do you go by Sona? I don't know. I'm grateful to the follow of both of you from Gwen's community. That's very kind. I didn't get to thank you because I needed to rush off to here I am. So, thank you guys for the follows. I'm saying it for posterity. I appreciate it. Very much indeed. I hope to earn those follows. There's Mel. There she is. That's right. Waving all innocent like, Hot Bride knows what's up. Hot Bride already knows what Mel gone and done. It's Friday night, Zoomie's gonna zoom. They do be zooming, it's true. They out here doing the zoomy zooms. Trotsky, hello Trotsky. Thank you for calling out Mouse. I appreciate you calling out Trotsky. Thank you. Means a heck of a lot. Galaxy, hello Galaxy. It's good to see you. And Mew, hello Mew. I hope you've been well and that your streams have been treating you well. Same goes to you, Trotsky. I hope your streams have been treating you right, my guy. Hope they've been treating you okay. How are you, Gus? I'm alright. I am okay. I have got to spend a whole bunch of time with Top Bride that I don't normally get to, right? So that's great. But I heard you say, as I put my headphones on, that no one is here for ridiculous. I'm only here for ridiculous. Well, Trotsky, I've let you down. The only guarantee. Welcome to the other side of that long, dark tunnel of despair and exams. Honestly, she done it. Good time zone, cronies. Moving away from comrades, because I don't understand what Gus says to me in Russian. Isn't a crony? I just learned this, an acronym, right? It's calorie restricted, optimized nutrition, right? That's what a crony is. Calorie restriction, optimized nutrition, something. It's an acronym. I don't know that everybody here's doing that, Mel. It's quite the commitment, quite the lifestyle change. I gotta say, I'm not. Maybe we have like one among us, but race going on. Yeah, the race. Exactly. That's the one. What lap are they on? I'm not sure, Trotsky. It's a 40-mile loop that we have, and this leg of it, they really like, letting her fly. You know what I'm saying? Door, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Binge. Hello, Binge, dear friend. I hope you're well. Do I still have time to run? No, you don't. No, madame. Jack, hello, Jack. It's good to see you guys. Have a scrum-tush night indeed. A scrum-tush night indeed. We do love to see it. Oh, I love your GIF. Jack, man, if I had a GIF, obviously that one would be in my repertoire. Obviously. It's a good one, Jack. It's a good one. Gotta say. Running. Oh, yep. Nope, she knows. Hot Bride knows. Busted. When I get to, they treat me quite well. I'm glad to hear it, sir. Glad to hear it indeed. Streams have been good. Retro's been joining me. Has he? Retro's been spreading the love. He been making in the rounds. Pretty darn cool. Pretty darned cool. Snafu is also an acronym. It's true. Bum, 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 bum. Today we learned. It's all good. Hydrate, dihydrate. Joke. I'm bollocks and boulder that. Joker. We call out jokers when we sees them. Yes, we do. Is that a Kate and or a Phil? Is that who that be? Is that who the heck Kate and or Phil? My goodness gracious. Actual famous people. Why, I'm flattered. I'm flattered to have, I'm grateful to have you, and I'm flattered that you'd grace my humble little corner of the interwebs with all of that fantabulousness, famousness. It's very good to see you, friends. Very good. I wish I had something stronger to raise a glass to you with, but alas, I'm not yet caught up on chat and yelling at Mel, so I have to do all of that before I can get component number 1 going for a proper Gus Talk night, so there's a lot going on. But first, I got a hydrator, dehydrator, Okay. We do be doing dehydrating. We do be doing. Mouse, how are you, my friend? How the heck you doing? Joke, good to see you, my friend. I hope work is treating you okay and that fiber cut is not the end of times. Doom, I say doom. I hope that's not the case. Stretch for distraction. I just almost caught up, Mel. She knows my weaknesses. It's doing the things. It's doing the bidding. It's doing the point redeemed. That's what it is. Did the trees suffer? Yes. 2 trees now. We lost 2 trees. Dragon. Hello, Dragon. It's good to see you. Thank you for calling Mount Mouse. I appreciate you. Dragon wants another disappointment pack. But Dragon hasn't been here to redeem the one that he's been sitting on for like a month. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. All right, stretch. Fit check. Fit check time. All right, we got the blue tonight. We got the blue. That's what we got. Shake out your legs, everybody. Make sure you get your blood flowing. Shake out your legs like you got a dog attached to them. We gotta stretch. I just got back from a walk. A multi-mile walk. How long did we walk, Dave? It wasn't that long. 2.5 miles? Something like that. It wasn't that far. But still. Yeah, I'm already feeling loosey-goosey, okay? We feeling good. We're feeling just fine. Thank you very much. Okay. Actually, you know what? This is a good opportunity to grab component number 1. Dear friends, if you're new around these parts and you're not familiar with Gus Talks, it takes 3 components what comprise an ideal talk. Okay, we don't always get to do them for logistics considerations. It's honestly absurd. But tonight we get all 3. So, element number 1 of a good, proper Gus Talk with you all. Good drink. So by all means, let me know here in chat what it is you are partaking of this evening. It needn't be alcoholic. Mine certainly will be. But let me know what you've got. Coffee, tea, you got what you got for that anti-tilt tonight? Perhaps it is a beverage of the alcoholic persuasion. You let me know what it is you're sipping on whilst I grab. I think we're going to do an Aberfeldy. I think we're going to go with the Scotch. I'm feeling the Scotch tonight. It needs something a little bit stiffer to stand up to the element number 2 that I've got in mind. So, that's what I'm going to get. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we'll go with classic glass. We love to see it. And an Aberfeldy 12. Come here, you. Come here, you. Don't even get over here. You ain't going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. Okay, a little bit of bottle asthma for you guys. Gather round now, children. Ooh. That was a good one. That was a good one. We keep those. Okay. That's a decent start. We'll pour more. We already know. You guys get bottle asthma twice this way. You get it twice this way. It's a good one. Ooh. You know what? We'll consolidate. That's what we'll do. We'll consolidate. Don't need a mess. We'll just leave it right there so you can see. There you go. In case someone asks, what is it he's sipping on over there and he's not paying attention to me because he's bad at keeping up on chat? Who? It's over there. There it is. Aberfeldy 12. And now you know. Okay. Before I get to element number 2, though, before I get to all those things, let me catch up a little bit. I do need to complain about Mel a little bit as we start up, as we fire things up here. Other than its origin, perhaps even still, I know it's most appreciated here. Other than its origin? What other than its origin? What, Gatsby? I mean, I like the story. The book was interesting to me. The movie was less interesting, but I still liked it. It's certainly an aesthetically interesting movie. A Baz Luhrmann film. The score I love. I love the score to it. But yeah, there's some interesting, I don't know, literary choices in terms of character development that are, yes, odd, but even still, I think it's an interesting story and one perhaps worth reading. And I really like the whole green light notion. It's really interesting to me. I did a lot of writing on that back in the day. Not recently though, so I couldn't regurgitate that information if I tried this moment. No, I couldn't. Dragon, it truly is good to see you, sir. I'm glad that we got to see you on Wednesday as well. It is it's always a privilege to see all of you guys there. So I'm glad when you guys do show up. Beautiful corner of the interwebs it is too. Kate and or Phil. I am grateful. Grateful for the kind words. Yes, I am. And for the hospitality you've done showing me over in your humble corner of the interwebs. Look at this. Look at us. Look at us. We're joining corners of the webs. It's great. Connections are being made. It's very exciting. Welcome on into the stuff, into the things. Cheers to each of you. It's a Friday night. We're not quite to this part of the talk yet. We're not jumping straight into the material, though we will, hopefully in short order. But it's not lost on me, it never is, that of all the stuff that you could be doing with a Friday evening, here you all are spending it with little old me, little old we, engaging in intentionally, knowingly engaging in difficult work. That's what we're doing here tonight. We have the silliness the rest of the week, and tonight, some of the seriousness. And it's not lost on me that you're here. It takes a noteworthy caliber of human to make that decision, to commit to it. So I'm grateful to have you. Grateful to have you indeed. So it's to you that I get to raise my first glass of the evening. Cheers. Oh yeah. It's gonna be a good one. Gonna be a good one. I would have called out joke if I had been closer to stream. Were you running? Were you running somewhere, mouse? Off and away. I think someone watered down your whiskey. Who watered down my whiskey? What does that mean? Oh, you did. I'm this far behind on chat. Oh no. Is that pure ethanol? Right. Yeah. It's been fun. See you Tuesday. No, Mel. No. Unbelievable. Mild panic attack. Oh. About mildly panicking about the fact that I have to leave for my trip in 7 hours and I am not packed. Oh. And yet, here you are still doing kindnesses for me and the rest of the gang here. Why am I not surprised, dear mouse? Why am I not surprised? Must have been doubly frustrated. She was out there hacking trees down, it's true. She was. Okay, you got water. Okay, excellent. Tea time. Okay, we've got tea. Hot leaf juice, indeed. Pineapple cider. Okay, I got you. I see, I got you. Strawberry and cream Dr. Pepper. Oh, interesting. Interesting. You've had this before, haven't you, Mew? This seems familiar. 90 tomorrow. Oh, hydrating early. Got that water. Okay. Anxiety. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, Mouse. Trademark that. That's a good one. Chug, chug, chug. We're doing it. Well, only a little bit. Yeah. A little bit. How would you describe the flavor? Mild? I don't know. It's a Highland, so mild. You're not looking at something like from the Isla. It's not peaty, so I don't know. Kind of woody. I kind of get like a cedar to it. The nose doesn't have any of that. I'm not sure. I'm not sophisticated enough, Trotsky. I'm not fancy enough. Mild. This would also be a good mixing whiskey. Something that called for a blended scotch. Is this a blended? No, this is a single malt. Fine. I'll stick to the monkey shoulder for the blended scotch. My goodness gracious. Here I am insulting Aberfeldy. Oof. It's not one of the distilleries we're going to. I'm pretty sure we're not going to Aberfeldy, but we're mostly going to the Isla. So, the movie was. What movie was? Did I say something? Did I start a thing? I don't. I'll go. I had a few drinks before tuning in. Heard Phil. That was a trip. Oh, name sharing fellow. Wow, it's true. It's true. It's Kate and Phil. Kate and/or Phil. They are a streaming duo that we have the pleasure of knowing through Downey and et al. Pretty darn cool. Through Downey and Dano, and I was gonna see if there's any other D names in there. Nope. We only get the 2 for the alliterative stuff. Homilus! Hello, Homilus. Nice die, thank you. We picked this up in Como. This was kind of a fun one. I like the orange with the blue. They're complementary colors, so we picked it up in Italy. And it doesn't lay exactly right, but whatever. It's just it's a cozy, chaotic thing. I don't know. Thank you for the kind words. And it's good to see you. Good to see you, Homilus. Very good. And I'm going to need Ferret. Hello, Ferret. Thank you for calling out Ferret, Leanne. Oh, racing to my keys, and you beat me to it, and I'm grateful. It's good to see you, sir. Welcome, welcome. Right ahead. Mind blown. Interesting. This is chat 128 and page 128 of my book. Huh. Interesting. 128 in your book. You have a physical copy, I know this. So let's see, 128. I literally turned right to it. You see that? There's no bookmark here. I mean, there is a bookmark, but not on this page. Does the book sit open at this page or something? No. What on earth? Whatever. That's a little freaky. 128. Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Those of you guys who were here for part 2 last Friday. Will be familiar with this. Yep. It was right toward the end. Yep, yep, yep. Part 3. That's where we're going tonight. Part 3. Sit that right there. Right there. Sit. Stay. Be good. There you go. Scroll bar. Not fancy enough. My extent is sips. Yes, this alcohol. This is alcohol. Very fancy. Very fancy. Very pants. Very fancy. What are we talking about? Galaxy. We're continuing with the Anatomy of Peace. Per my go live that I pushed out in the Discord earlier and atted all of y'all, where I explained all the stuff and all the things. Yes, part 3 this evening. Part 3 this evening, where there are 4 parts. Part 4 is significantly shorter. So I was debating, like, stopping before the end of part 3 tonight. Maybe I'll see what kind of pace we're moving at before we get to decide. But that would just mean next time we have time for discussion afterwards, which would normally be reserved for the CNR. The CNR groups on Wednesdays, the rendezvous. And I am wow, Wednesday, I can't even say enough good things, you guys. Wednesday was nuts. Wednesday, like, at least one person in each group, not everybody, has made it a priority to go through these books. But at least, like, one person in each group had, and that led to valuable discussion. Like, hey, sorry the rest of the group if you haven't been, like, doing it. You're just, like, blowing it off. You're like, it led to valuable discussion the whole time. So the whole day was just like, ugh. It was a tough day, but it's a good day. Wednesday was great, gang. Wednesday was great. I'm grateful to have had all of you who showed up for your insights, your questions, honest wrestling with things. You guys are fabulous. And I'm so grateful for you. Dill and Date and Dust. Indeed, Kate and or Phil. I'm gonna keep saying Kate and or Phil, by the way. That's just gonna be the way. That's gonna be. It's good to see either of you. Perhaps it's both of you? Oh, gasp. Are there 2 of you? This is getting out of hand. How are 2 of them? I was just wondering if it had a peppery flavor. No? No? Woody. I'd say woody, not peppery. Not peppery. This is one of the more mild scotches I've ever had, but Highland scotches are that way. Highland scotches are usually really mild. So yeah. Wild. Page flipping hacks. That's what, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of, this is weird. Haunted stream. Honestly. Also, my physical copies of both books now be lurking tonight due to almost finishing book 1. That's really cool, Ferret. Looking forward to hearing what you think about it. That's a tough book. For those of you guys who don't know what Dear Ferret is referring to, that would be the first book that we went through together this spring. Leadership and Self-Deception. This is a wildly difficult book, but it is only a precursor. It is a preamble for the Anatomy of Peace that follows. So, tough stuff. And again, my hat's off to all of you who have made going through this material a priority, knowing the difficulty of it. My same sentiments for Friday nights extend to this. This is no cakewalk. And you guys willingly choosing to engage with this material is tough. The material's not tough. The reading is super easy. It's fiction, for crying out loud. A short fiction that you can sit down and read in a couple hours. But the implications of this info hazard and going through it are anything but easy. Anything but easy. So, we did stop on chapter 15, part 3. Yes, thank you, Retro. Lurk for the pack. I appreciate the lurk. Good luck with the pack. Everybody and their mother is streaming. Honestly, joke. I've got so many freaking tabs open. It's nutty. It's nutty. Full disclosure, as I have not been able to do the CNR yet, my therapist is fully involved now. Fully involved in the CNR? My goodness gracious. Don't even name them. We don't even need to know. Is it vampire? Don't tell me if it's vampire. It was very good to have vampire in. It was very good. Very good. Very good. I'm grateful to meet anyone's therapist. It's just like meeting someone's mother. It's a big to-do, you know? It's a big to-do. We've got to meet some moms here in the Mafia. Some Mafia mamas. It's really cool. Really cool. You turned 20 today. Congratulations on making yet another revolution around the sun galaxy. That's pretty darn cool. Happy birthday to you. I'm glad that you were born. Glad that you were born. Members of the Mafia, I say this all the time, seem to be a kind of a special sort. You stand out a little bit amongst your peers. Depending on your level of engagement, you know, some of you are head and shoulders. So, happy to have you in. And any good that you carry forth out into the world, you know. Really darn slick. Really darn slick. Cheers to you. Weird idea in reference to the book, but I know I'll forget about it before the next CNR. I'll write it down. Can't forget to bring it up on Wednesday. Yeah. And then I can forget to bring it up. No. Write it in your crew chat, Leanne. Write it in your crew chat. For the rest of you guys who have thoughts, concerns, criticisms, heckling, whatever it is, questions, or commentary, or specific examples that you want to bring up, write to yourself a note in the crew chat so that we can't help but in your little group, in your time zone, in your time slot, whichever one you're a part of, write it in your crew chat. So that way there's a reminder in there. We'll all hold you accountable. Like, hey, you said a thing. I don't know what that meant, but you said, note to self, talk about the tree with the fence. I don't know what that means, but we all know, so... Use your tools, friends. Use your tools. My goodness gracious. Let's see. So, okay. Before we do anything else, I gotta complain about Mel. I gotta complain about Mel. And by complain about Mel, I mean gush about Mel. And I'm gonna do this by way of introduction, because, or part of my introduction, because we gotta do that too in order to get on with the material for tonight. So, if you are new around these parts, and you are unfamiliar with all of the goings-on thereunto pertaining, allow me a moment of your time to introduce myself. My name is Six, or Gus, or Hey You, or Godfather, or Guy with the Tie. It doesn't have to rhyme, but if you'd like it to rhyme, it can rhyme. I'm a variety streamer. I get up to a variety of things. It's right there in the name. It's right there in the descriptor. It's almost as if it's self-evident. And doesn't require repetition, doesn't require saying out loud. But here we are. Here we are. I presently stream on Tuesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, a schedule that I've stuck to for years. Because I respect you guys' time, and I want you guys to be able to know when the heck to find me and where and all the things. So I try very hard to stick to this schedule, so it's predictable for absolutely everybody. Tuesdays and Saturdays, we get up to quite a bit of silliness. Tomorrow's stream is going to be a good one for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with what's going on tomorrow night. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun for a bunch of reasons. First, we have a watch party. We have a premiere. The next YouTube upload, the next YouTube edit is ready. Every other weekend, we have a YouTube upload now. Every other weekend. And we have for months and months and months and months and months now. Okay? Every other weekend, you get a new edit. And that's pretty darn cool, if I do say so as myself. So, there's a premiere. Look, right here. Premiere. It's already ready to go. There it is. That link will take you, or it should take you. Maybe someone can tell me. Maybe someone can tell me if that works. That should take you to the premiere for tomorrow night's stream, which is my very first night playing Minecraft. It's an interesting video, I got to say. And the capos and above and the patrons have got early access to this thing. They know, they've seen the edit ahead of time. They know what's going on. But yes, if you guys want to pull up a tab for that and then mute it so you don't get jump scared, then we can do algorithm things tomorrow when it airs. But we're also going to do a watch party here toward the beginning of stream. We're going to do a watch party here together. But I'm grateful always for everybody who pulls up a tab, lets the algorithm see that you're there, and that, you know, the video ought to be shared around a little bit. Pretty darn cool. It's a free way to support this thing, and I'm grateful for everybody who does that. We're going to start with that, and then, and here's the fun bit, we get to do the watch party with a special guest. Because what follows in the stream also includes a special guest. And that special guest is none other than the Hot Bride. My favorite human. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. She is halfway through nursing school now, and she had like 4 days off, and here we are with some of her last days off. So tomorrow, she has graciously agreed to join me in Bread and Fred, which we have played together before on stream. But we'll talk more about that tomorrow. We've got Brett and Fred lined up tomorrow. Me and her. Very exciting. So we get to watch the watch party together. So I hope you'll come out and support her and bring your well wishings and all that jazz. She'll be here and she won't have a choice but to go through them. Because she'll be awake and she'll be focusing here. So very cool. Very exciting to have her. That's tomorrow night. Tuesday's more ape legs. So, okay, we get up to the silliness, and then there's the seriousness on Friday nights. I'll talk more about that as we jump into the things about August talk tonight. But you will also notice there's no ads. There will not be any ads here on Twitch or on YouTube. I'm multi-streaming to both, so you get to pick your poison, okay? I'm in the boths of the places, and part of that, I didn't sign any of them ridiculous contracts. They suck. The contracts all suck. And I hate ads. Ads suck. How many times have y'all seen those stupid Subaru commercials or those stupid Subway commercials with Danny Heckin DeVito on this ridiculous platform? Unbelievable. Joke is right. Everybody and their mother is streaming tonight, which is crazy, which means you see a lot of those stupid ads. Well, you won't see a single one of them here because I think that they're awful. And they detract from this. And they would interrupt the work that we're doing. The important stuff that we're up to here. So I'm not monetized on Twitch or on YouTube. I am monetized by viewers like you. I am monetized by the people who have decided to vote with their dollars, who have decided that this is a thing that ought to exist. This is a community that ought to exist. A project, an experiment, an undertaking, a delving. This thing that we are embarked upon together here in the Mafia community is worth parting with your hard-won dollars. That is a really cool thing. It also means I'm not beholden to the platforms. I don't need to abide by their ridiculous rules and regulations. I am beholden to you. And insofar as I must needs deliver on my promises of trying to create content worthy of you. An unspeakably high bar. Incidentally, a bar much higher than any Twitch would set, than any that YouTube would set. Creating something worthy of you, it boggles the mind. Just in an attempt to comprehend. But you are worthy of my very best. And I'm grateful to everybody who thinks that I'm doing a passable job at the attempt. The only guarantee around here, of course, is that I will disappoint you, is that I will miss that mark. Yeah, after all, I am the disappointment in chief, here with some of the finest disappointments I know, whose value isn't diminished in the slightest by those failings, but who are embarked upon this thing alongside me regardless, who recognize their fallibility, as do I, and say, but that won't stop me from trying and trying again. Why? Because you lot are worth it. Because you lot are worth it. You're worth trying again. You're worth picking myself back up after failings and trying again to create something worthy of you. So huge thank you to everybody who has sponsored this project, to everybody who has made this possible. Right now, that methodology, that the medium by which that is done is through Patreon. Okay, instead of Papa Bezos taking 50% of your money out of your pocket, Patreon takes a significantly smaller cut, something like 7 or 8%. It's growing though, so you know, platform may be shifting in the future. We will see. That's a soonish thing. But in the meantime, I'm grateful to all of you who are supporters via Patreon, and I'm especially grateful to all of you public patrons who have taken that support beyond the $5 a month and have cranked it up beyond that. I'm grateful as heck for you. Grateful as heck for you. And this includes Aki, BV, Bootless, Chidori, CJ number 2, Dano, Leanne, Ferret, Goose, Jen, Joke, Abby, Mama Gus, Mel. That's right. Karma, Retro, Ryan, Thump, Tech, Mouse, Trotsky, Pell, Dragon, CJ number 1, and Zen. Thank you guys. It means a heck of a lot. Heck of a lot. Also, Lucy, welcome back. Welcome back, Lucy. It's good to have you. You clear that bar with acrobatic finesse from where I stand. Great work. It is an ongoing effort, Luce. It's good to see you. Good to see you. I hope the weeks have been kind to you, new friend. Good to see you indeed. Good to see you Hop ride, plants, books, suits, ties. Oh, these are distractions. Yeah, they do work. The distractions do work. Gifted a friend. Ah, the bottle of the. Yeah.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Kenny, I'm grateful for the follow. I'm grateful for the follow. Means a heck of a lot. I take those very seriously. Because, as you perhaps just heard, I take you very seriously. So it's my aim to earn it. It's my aim to earn it with all that I've just threatened to attempt. And if ever you feel that I have missed the mark so completely, or if that I've stopped trying, in particular, if you feel that I've stopped trying to create content worthy of you, and I've not earned your follow, if it's not something that I continue to do, to attempt to do, and to attempt meaningfully, unfollow. And it goes for the rest of you. I understand keeping your follows clean. That's why I take them so seriously when you do follow. And then when you stay followed, I don't take it for granted in the least. Thank you. Thank you. Normally a vodka drinker. I didn't know you had Russian friends, Leanne. Duh. Не русская. Ты не русский. Вы русский? Вы говорите по-русски? Или нет? Я только немного по-русски. Это не очень хорошо. Не очень. And I said 9 in there. I should put a Deutsch in there. Ja, wir können auch das sprechen, aber das ist ein bisschen besser als mein Russisch, aber vielleicht beiden sind schlecht. Beides sind schlecht. Haven't seen this at all, guys? Haven't seen what? I may have missed the meeting? What meeting? The premieres retro? Yeah, you may have missed them. I'm not sure. But also, I haven't done this month's meeting yet. So, I don't know. Don't remember the meeting. You missed it by like an hour, and that's my fault, Ferret. That was my fault. I had not yet caught up on all the stuff and the things, and I failed to give you the permissions to access the channel like an hour before we had our meeting. That is 100% my fault, Ferret. 100% my bad. Yeah. But we premiered them. And so, yeah, you guys get early access to all the stuff and the things. So we're going to host another of the bonus talks for you capos and above here soon, before long. Hopefully sometime this next week, actually. I'll have to bug you guys in the secret channels and see what we can throw together. See if we can't get together. Because, yeah, there's more to show you. There's more edits. I've got several in the hopper, so you guys get early access to all of them. So if you've missed this one, I apologize, but more to come. More to come. Good evening, Crafty. It's good to see you. Hope the week has treated everyone well. It's treated me pretty gosh darned great, I gotta say. I hope the same for you. Pleasure to play this life on hard mode and human with you all. Wait, Gus, not hides under the pile of unclaimed coats. Yeah, listen, everybody claim your coats. I've been meaning to talk to you about that, okay? They're piling up. It's sort of a nuisance. I think a raccoon is moving in, and I think it's because of the coats, okay? Gotta let the raccoon know they're not welcome to set up shop and stay. Take your coats. Living life on hard and harder mode. It's true. Going through that book, Ferret. I'm learning. Oh, здравствуйте, мой друг. Очень хорошо. Вы понимаете по-русски. Хорошо. I don't have anybody to practice my Russian with, Homulas, so mine's like disappearing. I taught myself Russian years and years ago, and it's decayed to non-existence. So I'm like occasionally I'll stretch my brain and be like, what's the word for, but I never have occasion to use it, so, Plus, I used to have a Russian keyboard where the keys were all, like, Russian, so I could type. Like, I can just, like, type like freely with an English keyboard, right? Like I don't need to know where the keys are, so I just have Alt Shift switches my keyboard from English to Russian. But I used to have the keys in Cyrillic. Those I needed to look at. I was getting a little bit better about like, okay, I know the f is over here and so on. But like now it's lost. It's lost. I can't. So I don't have my Russian keyboard anymore. It's all falling apart. It's one of the coolest ties I've seen. Good evening, Diesel. It's good to see you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. I like this one. Hot Bride helped me pick this one out in Como. Lake Lago de Como. In Italia. Another fun one. Another fun one. Thank you. Thank you. I like it. I like it. It's got a fun sheen to it. I should say a fun Martin. A fun Charlie. I don't know what to call it. Yeah, it's not sitting quite right. I tied it in kind of a hurry. So it's not perfect. I'm not thrilled with it. I'm gonna fuss with it a lot because of that, but here we are. I don't know. Goose! Hello, Goose! It's good to see you, sir. It's good to see you indeed. Been a bit of time. Darth! Welcome back, Darth. And Ivana! Hello, you fabulous humans. It's good to see you. Good to see you indeed. Darth, sounds like you've been very busy, and I hope it's been the good sort of busy, and that the week's treated you okay. And Ivana, I hope you too have been well. Hope the pain hasn't been too miserable. And I hope the internet's been treating you right. That's very exciting. I hope you're getting what you paid for. I'm in the same boat. Practice Russian on a regular basis. Currently, I'm dipping my toes into Latin. Oh, is that right? Sheesh. Well, Semper Fi. That's right. There's my Latin. There's the... Okay, I know some other Latin, but there's most of it. Semper Fidelis. You got... That's it. Forgot most of the Russian I learned, too. Я хотел бы два пива сейчас. Sheesh. I don't even... Wow. That is so funny. You Romanized the... My brain, Diesel, my brain. How long has it been since you learned? How long has it been since you, like, started and last, like, really gave it the time of day? Been pretty busy, yes. Too many things going on in both good and bad ways. Life, am I right? Still, I'm glad to have you in, Darth. I'm glad to see you here. I can say the same, but with German. Oh, I learned a little, but never used it enough to keep it locked in. Yeah. Mein Deutsch ist nicht so schlecht. Es ist okay. Weil ich habe da von Deutschland zweimal gelebt. So, das war ein guter Helfer. So, ich kann viel ich kann nur ein bisschen sprechen, aber viel mehr verstehen. So, wann ich hören langsam. Ich kann meistens aber es verstehen. So, das ist okay. Aber sprechen, mein Vokabeln ist kaputt. Es ist tot. Leider. Ich kann nicht mehr es machen, weil ich habe zu viel Arbeit. Aber das ist auch Leben. Das ist auch Leben. Und das ist okay. Das ist okay. Pain is so-so today. I'm glad to have you in. I'm glad to have you in spite of it. I'm glad that you're able to partake in community things, Ivana, in spite of all of that. It says a great deal about you. Never got committed to either German or Espanol. Pudgy guy is here. How you doing, Pudgy Table? Good to see you, Miss Fire. Good to see you. Good to see you indeed. Welcome, welcome. Want 2 beers right now. Ah, it's been about 10 years. I see. That would be why I don't know it. That's funny, these. That's funny. Most of the numbers more than the rest. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. I got you. Sic Semper Tyrannis. Yes. Learn that for the second National Treasure movie. That's hilarious. Yeah, Semper means always. I know Semper Fidelis because that's the Marine Corps for you, you know? Always faithful. Do you hear the pre-people? What the heck is that? I want to commit to Italian. I'm really busy. Oh, yeah. Hot Bride's doing Italian. She's been doing it for 2 years now. 2 years. Her Italian's pretty darn good. Ich wies nicht? Wies. Was bedeutet wies? Weiß? It's wies. Osten. Ich weiß nicht. Was bedeutet wies? Ich weiß nicht dieses Wort. Oder ich habe es vergessen. Das ist... Vielleicht. Wahrscheinlich. Ich habe das wahrscheinlich vergessen. Als ich halt gesagt, mein Vokabeln ist tot. Schrecklich. Turns knobs looking for English check. Ich bin gut. Und das ist gut. Gut zu hören, mein Freund. Gut zu hören. Mein Gott. Indeed, indeed. Mafia, you know what must be done. Look, someone will wake me up when he's done with his intro. Listen, joke, listen. 55 is fun. Sounds like bumping down the stairs on your bum. Oh ja, 55. 55. That's hysterical, Ivana. I love that. Tucks Joker in. Okay. If you weren't warned, oh my goodness, Kate and or Phil joining the Mafia, and without warning, huh? Okay, well then I gotta warn you. Kate and or Phil, if you're still here. If not, I'm saying it for everybody else who's considering joining the life. I gotta say, the Mafia Community Discord. Yeah, you can follow on Twitch, you can subscribe on YouTube, but the Mafia Community Discord is the hub of all we get up to. That's where the rendezvous take place on Wednesdays. It's a big to-do. Look in the events tab. You'll see what's going on there. Okay, that's the heart of like community building that we get up to. It's also where you can see all the stuff that the community is getting on with. Lots of things, lots of planning, and lots of life. But be advised, the rules to get in are kind of tough, and that's by design. As I said, it takes a special caliber of human to decide to choose this life. It doesn't happen by accident. And the rules, we take them seriously. So Mafia members are very welcoming to the folks who've agreed to try life on hard mode. Not nail it every time, we're human. All of us are bound to fail here. And again and again and again. But try hard mode. It says quite a lot. And the Mafia recognize this, and they tend to show their welcome to those who can manage the rules by way of stickers. So expect your notifications to blow up for like a week or 3, Kate and or Phil, as people realize that you've made your way in. Welcome into the life. Welcome in. I'm listening. Joke. Listen. Here's my bandwidth. Do with it what you will. Very well, my friend. I'll do what I must. Good news is I'm out of a job lockdown for next week. Bad news is I have to move out of my place for 4 days. 4 days? Place's floors need to be replaced. What the heck? What a weird thing, Darth. Aren't you living on campus? I thought you were living in a dorm. Are they going to put you up somewhere else at least? Or are they like, I don't know, good luck. Find a place. We'll reimburse you for 4 days. Like, what gives? Move into another floor or something? Silly. Ironically, I have a better time with written German than spoken. I can parse the meaning in the written form. I got you, Ivana. That makes a lot of sense. That plus then you can do it in like your own time. That's why I said in German a minute ago, I said like, aber es ist langsam. If it's slow, I can understand a lot of German. But it's like langsamer bitte, langsamer. I told people the last time I lived there, like my favorite phrase in Germany when we were there was like, treat me like I'm a child, okay? Talk to me like I'm a child. They won't insult my intelligence. I need the help. Dear God. It was very fun. People laughed and they're like, oh no, Ihren Deutsch ist gut. And I'm like, no, it's not. Oh God, help me. Moved out of the dorms a week ago. Oh, I got back in Colorado for folks. I see. Only for the summer. Okay. I got you, Darth. I got you. Still listening. Joker, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Jokes, man. He got the jokes. All right, dear friends. Again, if you're new around these parts, you might not be familiar with the strictures that are in place here on Friday nights. We're going to go through our last elements here, fire this bad boy up, and then jump into tonight's content. But once we do, I will be shutting down raids. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and disable those right now because, well, no, okay, I'll get to it in a minute. Once we get the scrolling stuff going on, raids are disabled on Friday nights. Once we jump into the lecture material, it's follower-only mode in chat. You have to be a follower for 10 minutes. I'm very grateful to everybody who's patient with these strictures, and because we've had, unfortunately, unruly actors in the past, that's why we can't have nice things. So, those things will be going on. if you guys are not familiar with the material that Ferret was referring to, the first book that we went through together is right there. Nights 1 through 3. That's Leadership and Self-Deception, okay? These are the YouTube VODs. If you click on any of these links, they will take you to a new tab with YouTube, and it takes you right to the timestamp when I started reading, okay? So, if you're interested in going through that material, and you have no idea what I'm talking about, maybe listen to the intro of the first one or part of it, sped up, because you could do that on YouTube, to understand the info hazard that you're walking into. Know that, that's an important thing. But then you can go through the first book. I do not recommend necessarily jumping into the Anatomy of Peace where we are. You will be befuddled, you will be confused, and you will be lost. You will be behind, okay? You'll be jumping into the middle of something that's difficult and it won't make sense to you. And I might argue, and I think I did in the first book, I think I said explicitly, jumping in late is worse than not jumping in. Like, if you jump in late, you'll just be lost. And upset. You'll be both. Okay, don't be lost and upset, just be upset because the material is compelling and... what's the word I'm not... convicting. Certainly was for me. Certainly has been on each rereading. So that's the stuff. That's the tea. Okay, I didn't get to gush fully about Mel. I got to do that. Mel, dear friends, has decided to get in on the life, to become one of us. Mel has committed a portion of her hard-won dollars to see that this project has a shot at a future. It's a really big to-do. Okay, so she's now on the list of public patrons, because she's giving it the crew level, actually a little bit above the crew level, for months now. And that's a remarkable thing. And again, it's a vote of confidence I take incredibly seriously. We would not get to do any of what we do. All of the good that comes from this, any challenge and growth that comes from all of this, is because of folks like Mel, who have voted with their dollars. This is a business. This isn't a hobby for me. This is a full-time job. This is a full-time work. And I don't get to do any of it. There's no shot at a future here. Except for those of you who have done that. Now her name joins the list of folks who have made that decision, who have voted with their dollars. It's a really remarkable thing. So, for those of you who are in a season where you're able to support, and I know we go through seasons, okay? There's highs and there's lows. Totally understand. This is not for a moment to shame the people who are not supporting financially. There are countless ways to support. Countless. And I am particularly enamored of those who contribute your time to this community. Okay, who are involved in the Discord, who are involved in the rendezvous, who are getting to go deep in relationship with one another. To move beyond the parasocial stuff into real relationships. That's a remarkable thing. And it's tough. And it warrants celebration. So, it's really neat. Really neat. But at the end of the day, the folks who support this thing financially is why the lights are still on. Literally and figuratively. So, thank you, Mel. It means a heck of a lot. And you should expect, here in the next handful of days, me to bombard you with information in the Discord. Your DMs will be responded to when I have the time to do so properly. That should be... Pardon me. I believe there was a hydrate in there, and I'm gonna... Yep, hydrate. Okay, anti-tilt and hydrate. Trying to slow me down. Just trying to do it. Hydrate, anti-tilt, we're on it. I poured myself like 3 fingers of this. We're down to 1. Haven't even started yet. Used to have a few friends in Germany who'd help me with it, as long as I'm in an effort to try. They're usually very helpful with the folks who want to try Ivana. I feel that. Might have to bounce. My folks don't like noise from me. Alright, Darth. I would argue that it's an important thing. And you're like, noise from you? No, noise from him. It's from him, the guy with the tie. Blast that man's dash it all. It's good to have seen you, Darth, for however long. The time stamper and the narrator. Oh my gosh. Soki! Hi, Soki. Good to see you, my friend. I hope you're well. I've been thinking about you. I hope you're well. Hope you're well. Just gonna go die over there. No. We don't get to do any of it without you. I'm grateful as heck. Grateful as heck. Faithful as one of us. Indeed, one of us. And see, indeed. You know, there's a whole chant, Mel. There's a whole chant. Oh, also, you now have access to some of the hidden servers because of your support level. So, yeah, one of us. Not much is happening over in that particular one, but you know, could. For fear of being lost, I will lurk. To all who are finding their way, I wish you good luck. I appreciate how seriously you would take such a thing, Homilus. Again, the leadership and self-deception stuff, LSD right there. I recommend that everybody who hasn't gone through that material do as kind Homilus is doing here. Leave the tab open, mute the tab. I'm super grateful for the bandwidth. And then, yeah, go check out the early stuff. Be challenged by this stuff. Work through this stuff. You could do far worse. If you're anything like me and many of the folks here, all of the folks who've gone through the material here, it will challenge you, but in very good ways. It'll be difficult material, but it'll be life bettering material. So, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, I think we've talked about all the stuff, all the things. You guys got your merch. You guys have know about the Patreon and all of that jazz. You know about tomorrow night's stream and the premiere. Did I do the premiere already? Premiere. All right. If you guys don't have that premiere open right there. See what's in the hopper right there. Thank you for dropping links for the merch, Joke. I appreciate you. That's the thing. That's the premiere for tomorrow night. Okay. So element number 2. Element number 1, good drink. Element number 2, good smoke. So I'll be having a cigar this evening, and I'm looking forward to it. So allow me to grab that. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Come here, you. Come here, you. Come here, you. Get over here. Yep, that's what we're going to have. Yep. That's what we're going to have. Boop. We are going to have a superstition. I'm not going to focus that. Alec Bradley superstition. Now you know. That's what we're having. An Alec Bradley. It's a pretty decent smoke, gotta say. Not the fanciest, not the worst. Oh, I like it though. I like it. All right, we gotta set up. There's all sorts of logistics consideration, but now that we're in summer, I don't need to worry about freezing and dying with the windows open. So instead, we just have to put up with the zoomies from the babies. From the street racing kind and from the little kids on their bicycles kinds. So, element number 2, good smoke. If you are having a cigar this evening, if that's your kind of thing, the kind of thing that you think you might be into, then by all means, let me know what it is kind of smoke you are partaking of. If not, you know, you get to live vicariously through me. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, it's true. All right. Goodbye, faithful toothpick. We barely knew thee. All right. I do wonder if I have enough fuel in here for this evening. We'll see. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Give this bad boy a punch. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. Oh, I hear more cars. I hear more zoomies. Okay. Element number 2, good smoke. Oopsies. 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 Okay. I think everything's in place. Everything's blocked off. Everything's sealed. I think we're okay. I think we're there. Good. Excellent. All right. Element number 2, good smoke. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh yes. Oh yes. We're stacked. We're ready. We're ready. Dear friends. Dear friends. Component number 1 of an ideal talk, good drink. Component number 2 of an ideal talk, good smoke. And finally, element number 3, good company. Component number 3, good company. Each week, friends, I come bereft of the third. I come empty-handed. I'm grateful to each of you, again, for those of you who would part with not only your finances, in the case of those of you who have, but of your time. Of your time. For engaging upon hard mode of your own volition, it really is something. So welcome in. Welcome in. Good company. Cheers to you, that very sort. For Talk 128. Thumper, it's good to see you, my friend. Good company indeed. Good company indeed, dear Thump. I am offended that you think I would be offended. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Chair stream. What? I can't. We're sealed in, Mel. There's no... Please and thank you. I can't. The room is sealed for the smoke. I can't even leave. I'll just have to owe you one. Sorry. Sorry. Just gotta owe you one. That's as simple as that. Learn about it. I don't make the rules. Oh, wait, I do. I do make the rules. I don't know. Stalling him. Yeah. Room is probably sealed. You are right. You are right. You know what they say about good intentions? They do say that about good intentions, don't they? Some of the worst things done in history were done believing they were in the best of intentions. That is what they say, Joke. Yes, that is what they say. Yeah. Oi. Doors barricaded from the outside. It's true. It's true, Suki. I have to say, help, help, help. That's what I gotta do. I shout it. We've got over this crawl out the window. I ain't crawling out the window. I ain't do it. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Not doing it. All right. So, this means it's time for me to pull up the stuff and the things. Settings. Moderation. Follower only mode on. Stream raids disabled. All right. We're locked in. We're locked in. Okay. All those things are in place. Good. Excellent. All right. As ever, my friends, I drop content only if he behaves. My gosh. My gosh. There's no longer a tree blocking the way. That's funny. That's true. Hopride knocked out that tree. Huh? Ah. Oh my. Wow. Okay. Listen. Ah. Shoot. Dang. That was so unexpected. Punch in the eyeball. It was refreshing. Don't get me wrong. Very refresh. Very refresh. But also, unexpected. Why unexpected, you ask? You do this all the time. Ineptitude? Okay. Alrighty. So, I'm grateful again to everybody who will... who I already know is going to be kindly fielding questions from new joins. Folks who come on in, let them know what the heck is going on. Point them to the banner that we're going to have running along the bottom of the screen here. Boom! that lets you know what the heck is happening. I'm grateful to all of you who would greet all of our old friends that I will not see the chat of and get to greet properly. I'm grateful to all of you who have done that in the past and who will help me in doing those things tonight. It means a heck of a lot because, yes, I will be missing quite a bit of chat as I hold forth in an attempt to get this reading done. There's a lot of reading that needs doing. As I said, I'm going to see what the pace is like and see how far we get to go. I don't know that I will finish all of part 3 tonight, and that's because part 4 is significantly shorter and part 3 is fairly long. So I'm thinking what I might do, depending on time, is truncate part 3. I might end somewhere before the end of that. And then we'll just read the last part of part 3 and all of part 4 on this upcoming Friday, a week from tonight. There you go. Now you know the stuff. Now you know the things, all right? Ah. Did the acid fall? The aspen did not fall. No. We pulled out a cherry blossom, Mel. No. Japanese plum? Japanese plum. 2 Japanese plums? 2 different kinds of Japanese plum? I don't know. The previous owners didn't understand... How did I say this earlier? The previous owners don't understand trees, time, and the interplay between the two, and the impact that that interplay has on trees that you plant 2 feet away from the structure, or 6 inches away from the structure in one of those cases. So this is the 3rd, as of those 2 trees that the Hot Bride knocked down, that would be the 3rd, that's 3 trees that we've had to knock down because of this very thing. They're like, yeah, it's fine. In what world? They planted like invasive foreign species of plants right up against the house, idiots. I don't wish them ill. I'm not in the box toward them, but idiots. 6.5. Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't great, Retro. I feel it. Those are the invasive ones. They are, yes. Yes. I have one of those too. Part of it is growing under the siding. Indeed. Yeah. Hot Bride pulled out one that was growing into our AC unit. Real cute. Real cute. I hope they hit traffic on their way to work. Get them, joke. You get them. I hope they are mildly inconvenienced. Incidentally, that's what the Hot Bride said for a long time when we got here. She said that she wishes for them a series of mild inconveniences is what I believe she said. She was very fond of saying that, and I just cracked up every single time. She's like, every time we found something new that was wrong with this place that they did, she was like, ooh, I hope they have at least a handful of mild inconveniences this week. I hope their luck is mediocre. It was just very good. I hope they sneeze in the morning. Oh! May they step in a puddle at the worst possible moment. Well, that could be more than a mild inconvenience. It could be. What if they're on their way to an important meeting, an important sales pitch? Oh, ooh. I don't know. All right. All right, gang, we're proceeding here. We proceeding with the book. Is ready. We're tired. It's ready. It's time. Look at us. We're flying. All right. Part 3. From war to peace. Here we are. Leave my bandwidth. Have a good stream. Hopefully the chapter goes well as wanted or intended. Thank you, Thump. I appreciate you very much. Take care of yourself, dear friend. I just ashed. Fortunately, right on the towel that I put down for this express purpose. And it caught most of that. That's never happened. In all the years of doing this with you guys, that's never happened. I've always been prepared just in case. That has never happened. What are you doing to me, Superstition? Superstition. I don't know. I don't know. No one saw it. Didn't happen. I don't know. I get that a lot. It's never happened, but I did it just in case. Or superstition. One, I don't know. Poetic? Is it poetic, Jack? I don't know. Hot Bride said it. Haunted Strimp. She did say that. She did say that. Okay. Hard mode. And before we get too far down, and I have to get distracted later, I'm gonna pull this. We'll pull this label right off of there, so I don't have to fuss with it. All right, friends. Part 3: The Anatomy of Peace, from the 4th edition. Part 3: From War to Peace. Timestamp. From War to Peace. Chapter 15. Apologies. And for those of you guys who don't remember where we left off, we talked about the boxes that we might find ourselves in. Some of the boxes, okay? Already written it down. Suki, you're so sweet. We talked about the different boxes, okay? Be better than, worse than, need to be seen as, boxes like that, okay? We went through those things, and Lou was doing some revelation, some finding out about himself, okay? So was Carol, finding their boxes. That's where we left off. Part 3, From War to Peace. Chapter 15, Apologies. Lou barely slept that night. He tossed and turned as the mistakes of the last 30 years played themselves over and over in his mind. Corey was an object to him. He couldn't deny it. His heart stirred in anger just at the thought of Corey's name. But now there was a new feeling, a desire to be rid of the ache he felt regarding Corey, rather than a desire to be rid of Corey. He wanted his son back. Or maybe more accurately, he wanted to be Corey's father again. The ache didn't stop there. He felt the pain of pushing out Kate. That meeting in the boardroom, replayed in the dark, his angry words echoing back at him. He'd acted like a child. He couldn't afford to lose Kate, yet his pride had blinded him to a truth he suspected was obvious to everyone else. That Kate, not Lou, was the prime mover behind Zagram's success. In the early hours of the morning, his thoughts and pain were located elsewhere. He looked at Carol, soundly asleep next to him. For 31 years, she had given her life to him, while he had given too little in return. Lou felt the weight of their history together like a presence in the room. They met at a dance at Syracuse University. Carol was on a date with one of Lou's friends. Lou, solo that night, couldn't take his eyes off her. He began that evening wondering whether it would be ethical to move in on his friend. By the end of the evening, it was no longer a matter of ethics, only of strategy. Over the months that followed, Lou came to see Carol as a contradiction. On the one hand, she had a warmth and easy air about her, quick to laugh, always ready with an engaging or witty response. In a word, she was fun. Fun to talk to, fun to joke with, fun to be around. On the other hand, she was instinctively cautious. The obedient daughter of a preacher, she was raised to be wary of men and their intentions. Her father was fond of asking all of her suitors down to the basement to see his trains. Once there, he threatened them with violence if they were to do anything improper with his daughter. He removed an old shotgun from the back wall to help illustrate his point, but the basement charade didn't scare Lou off. He had completely fallen for Carol Jameson. Now he knew that Mr. Jameson had to approve of him before Carol could fully fall in love with him. He spent a lot of time with her father and his trains. But Between dates with Carol and lectures from her dad, Lou's grade point average took a beating, but there was no turning back. He thought of Carol during class and study time anyways, so it was no good trying to rescue his grades by pulling away. Ultimately, Lou, who had not been raised in a religious home, won the trust of Carol's religiously devoted father, and he proposed. It was then that Lou learned a lesson about Carol's independence. She might have shared her father's caution, but she did not blindly act upon his approvals. When Lou first proposed, she told him she would have to think about it. He held on to the ring for 5 months before she finally allowed him to slip it on her finger. The moment would stay with Lou forever. They were driving home from a church service one rainy afternoon. Her words came out of the blue. "Yes, Lou, I will marry you." The car swerved. "Excuse me? I'll marry you, Lou. I'll devote my life to you and to our family." And she did. As Lou remembered this, he knew he had not returned to the single-minded devotion. His eye never wandered to other women. That was not his vice. No, his problem was a constant obsession with himself. An obsession with his own success, his own station in the world. It had started with seeming selflessness, his decision to enlist in the Marines and go to Vietnam. He began toying with the idea while Carol was mulling his marriage proposal. Perhaps out of fear of rejection, or maybe as a way to avoid public embarrassment if she were to finally reject him, or still yet out of a fervent patriotism, Lou had enlisted 2 days before Carol surprised him with her acceptance. It would be 5 years before they would walk down that aisle. It would be 5 years before they would walk down the aisle. That was 25 years ago. Their first child, Mary, was born less than a year after that, and their second, Jessie, followed 2 years later. Lou's first company was born shortly thereafter, and with it, a workplace obsession that left Carol to play the part of a single parent, emotionally in any case, if not physically as well. Corey, their third child, was more than a day old before Lou made it to the hospital to see him and Carol. The meetings in New York just couldn't wait, he had told her. They never could. They both knew, though, that Yale Hospital in New Haven was only a 90-minute excursion from Wall Street. Carol was hurt by his absence, but at that point she'd grown used to it. Lou didn't take well to being told what to do or when to do it, so she had learned over the years not to ask much of him. The contradictory combination of her fierce devotion and steely independence is what held the family, such as it was, together. As he replayed the ritual phone calls from Carol, asking if he would be home for one of the kids' evening events.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Luxie, or Grant, I'm grateful for the follow. I take follows very seriously. It's my aim to earn it, with all that we're getting up to. The serious tonight and the silly throughout the rest of the week. And I hope you will appreciate the strictures that are here in place on Friday nights as we go through fairly serious material. I hope you'll forgive me for raids are disabled and follower-only mode is also enabled. Follower-only chat. You have to be a follower for 10 minutes before you can say anything in chat. Unfortunately, we've had bad actors in the past, and that's why we can't have nice things. I'm grateful to have you in. And if you would do me still one more kindness and let me know what it is you prefer to be called, at Luxie or Grant, on the other side of those 10 minutes, I'd be further indebted to you. Cheers. The contradictory combination of her fierce devotion and steely independence is what held the family, such as it was, together. As he replayed the ritual phone calls from Carol, asking if he would be home for one of the kids' evening events, he could see unfolding in front of him one moving image of Carol after another. He could see unfolding in front of him one moving image of Carol after another, in an auditorium, in a gym, on a soccer field, at a recital and a birthday party, snapping photos and cheering on the children. But always, she was alone. And though he could see her in his mind's eye, he couldn't see the kids. He hadn't been there. And Corey. Nothing had meant more to Corey than his leading role in The Music Man in the abbreviated production put on by his 5th grade class. He practiced for weeks, singing incessantly throughout the house, and the production had played only one night. Lou's business meeting, was it in Tokyo? Had felt so important at the time. Now he couldn't even recall where it was, what it was about, or who was there. But he could see Corey's face clearly as he replayed the moment when he came home. "How did it go, buddy?" he had asked after dropping his suitcase in the foyer. It was okay. This was all Corey offered. "Just okay? Tell me all about it." "It was fun. I really missed you, Dad." And then Lou had looked up to see Carol standing in the kitchen doorway, a dish towel in her hands, her face a mixture of frustration and pain. Lou had resented that face, and the disappointment that it seemed Carol was trying to put on. The resentment lingered and grew with each missed event. Couldn't she appreciate what he was doing? Couldn't they all appreciate what he was doing to provide so well? But the resentment he had felt for so long was now gone. Her disappointment and pain was not put on. It was real. He could see it more clearly now than he saw it at the time. It was himself he was disappointed in all along. In a very real way, he had left her a long time ago. And coming to terms with what all these years must have been like for her was almost suffocating. Lou checked the bedside clock again. 5:53 a.m. Any chance of sleep had come and gone. A crack of soft light ran down the window curtains. He sighed heavily as he got to his feet and headed for the shower. Lou and Carol drove in silence to Camp Moriah. As they neared the offices, the pressure of his thoughts cracked him open. "Carol, I'm so sorry," he said. "Deeply sorry." "For what?" "For everything." He shook his head. "For not loving you as you should have deserved, as you deserved to be loved. For not being there for you as you have always been there for me." Carol didn't say anything for a moment. Her eyes started to water. "You've been there, Lou," she said. "Sometimes you've been other places as well, that's true. But you've always come home to me. Many women are not so fortunate. Not many can say that they've never had to worry, but I've never had to worry about you, Lou. Whatever else you might be devoted to, I've always known that you were devoted to me too." "But it shouldn't have been a me too," Lou said. "That isn't good enough." Lou parked on the far side of the lot, away from the other cars. "I'm going to make it up to you, I promise." After a moment's silence, Carol said, "You're not the only one who needs to apologize." "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean," she said. I've been there for you, I suppose, but my heart hasn't necessarily been there. I've been blaming silently for years." "But you've had every right to." Lou meant it. "Have I?" She turned to him. "The more I've become consumed with how my own needs aren't being met, the larger those needs have become, until I think I have numbed myself to the needs of others, to your needs, to Corey's." "There you go, beating yourself up again, Carol." "No, Lou. Beating myself up is what I've quietly been doing for years now. I'm not beating myself up now. I'm just finally noticing the internal fight." "But all you've done for years is meet everyone else's needs, Carol. You've never lived for yourself at all." "That's what I've been telling myself, too, Lou. But it hasn't been true. I can see that now." Carol looked straight ahead. "I've been hating you, Lou." "Hating me?" Lou said this more to himself than to Carol. "Blaming you, in all kinds of subtle ways," she sighed. Have I dutifully performed the household work? Yes. But that's just a behavior. Every time I've cleaned the house, I think I've buried myself a level deeper in self-pity. And I've spent years now feeling guilty for not feeling about you the way I know I should. It's been a downward spiral. It's me, Carol. Even with the bulimia, it was me. I've never seen it until now. I've spent so much time believing I deserved things and trying to control everything, including you. Gwyn helped me to see this yesterday. She could see it, and I didn't really like her for that. And other things, Carol said, finally smiling. Look at my life, Carol. You and Kate and Corey, I alienate everybody. John, too. I know I'm controlling. I get that. But I never thought I was sexist or racist. Gwyn is right. Look at my team. We're all white, and Kate's the only woman I've ever had on the team. And now she's leaving because of me. I don't know, Carol. Everything's a mess. Carol didn't know what to say. So what are you going to do? She finally asked. I don't know. I guess I hope to get more help today. They sat in silence and watched as the other parents entered the building. Lou rubbed his forehead, a wave of tiredness hitting him. Carol wiped her eyes and checked herself in the rearview mirror. Time to join the others. Time to go deeper. Time to go deeper. Chapter 16. A gift in wartime. As they walked across the parking lot, Lou noticed Gwyn and Pettis pull into a parking stall. Need to take care of something, Lou said to Carol. I'll be in just a minute. Gwyn, Pettis, do you have a second? Lou called out. Sure, Pettis answered, though neither he nor Gwyn felt at all sure about Lou. Before we go in, I owe you both an apology. Mostly you, Gwyn. I was annoyed with you all day yesterday. You called me out more than once, and there aren't a lot of people in my life who are willing to do that. Not like you did. You're welcome? Gwyn responded with what sounded like a question, completely caught off guard. I can see that I've created a life where people around me don't feel free to challenge me, Carol included. Anyway, I learned a lot from what you said yesterday, even though it was painful to hear. So thank you, and I'm sorry. You were right about a lot of things. I'm sorry. Please, Gwyn said, we're all in the same boat here, but thank you. I really appreciate that. I think we're all discovering some things. No one more than me. Well, back into the furnace, Pettis said with a laugh as he opened the door for the three of them. How was everyone's evening? Avi gave a big smile as the group settled into their seats. Lou looked around and was surprised to discover that he felt at home in the room, as if among friends. Elizabeth, the proper Brit with subtle humor and surprising self-honesty. Rhea and Miguel, the couple with an ongoing battle over the dishes. Jenny's quiet and timid parents, Carl and Terry. Pettis and Gwyn. Lou, what's so funny? Avi asked. Oh, nothing. It's just good to see everyone this morning, that's all. In the comfort of the moment, it was easy to forget how much had changed since the morning before. So, how do we get out of the box? Avi twisted the marker in his hands. How can our hearts turn from war to peace? That's the question for today. Good, because I sure want the answer, Lou said. Actually, Lou, you have already lived the answer, Avi said. Lou smirked. No, I don't think so. Sure you have. Just compare how you are seeing and feeling about everyone here today to how you were seeing and feeling about them yesterday morning. It was as if someone suddenly turned on a bank of lights that Lou had grown accustomed to seeing without. His thoughts and feelings about this room and the people in it had changed. He could see it. Well, you're right. Things seem different to me this morning. He looked at Carol next to him, then back at Avi. Avi smiled. Grab a coffee, everyone. I'm going in for another story. Lou raised his cup as a salute. Do you remember my stuttering and my suicide attempts? Everybody nodded. I'd like to tell you what happened. To do that, I need to go back to 1973. Avi started pacing across the front of the room. I celebrated my 15th birthday on October 5th, 1973. The next day was Yom Kippur, or the Day of Atonement, the holiest day on the Hebrew calendar. It's a day of prayer and fasting in Israel, a day when everyone, even Israel's defense forces, gathers at home or in their synagogues in religious observance. Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack that day at precisely 2 p.m., Egypt from the south and Syria from the north. I'll never forget the piercing shriek of sirens that called the reservists from their worship and into uniform. My father, himself a reservist, raced from our Tel Aviv home within minutes. His unit was mobilized to the north to fight back the Syrians along the Golan Heights. That was the last time I ever saw him. Avi took a deep breath. As a young boy raised on the David and Goliath-like tales of the Six-Day War, I expected him home within the week, but he was killed in a mortar attack 3 days later. One of many casualties in a place aptly called the Valley of Tears. The Valley of Tears. My best friend was an Israeli Arab named Hamish. Hamish. Amish. My best friend was an Israeli Arab named Hamish. His father and mine worked at the same company. We met at an event the company threw for employee families. He lived in Jaffa, not too far from my home in the south side of Tel Aviv. We spent time together as often as we could. Of all the children I associated with in my youth, Hamish was the only one who never made fun of my stutter. It wasn't just that he never made outward fun of me. It was that I knew he never thought ill of me inwardly either. He was a true friend. When Hamish heard about my father, he came to grieve with me, but I was angry. I sent him away. I'll never forget the scene. Hamish, his head bowed reverently at my door while I forced out a string of butchered obscenities and blamed him for my father's death. I blamed him, my best friend, my only true friend. I told Hamish that he killed my father, him and everyone else who prayed and looked like him. I remember my whole body shaking with rage. Hamish didn't try to defend himself. In fact, he didn't say anything. He quietly left, and I watched him walk down the street and out of my life. Avi looked down at the floor for a moment. 2 of the most important people in my life were suddenly gone. One a Jew, taken out by an Arab's weapon, and another an Arab, banished by the verbal bullets of a Jew. There was another casualty, of course. As we've learned, such a turn from the humanity of another requires extensive justification. In my mind, I began to exterminate a whole portion of the human race. Arabs were bloodsuckers, cowards, thieves, murderers, mere dogs who rightfully deserved death and were allowed to live only by the good graces of the Israeli people. What I didn't realize until years later is that whenever I dehumanize another, I necessarily dehumanize all that is human, including myself. Whenever I dehumanize another, I necessarily dehumanize all that is human, including myself. That line deserves dwelling on for a minute. What began as a hate for Arabs developed into a hate for any Jews who refused to share my hate for Arabs, and nearly ended with a level of self-loathing that left me in a pool of blood on a bathroom floor in Tempe, Arizona. But that's how I met Yusuf. Avi looked to the back of the room where Yusuf stood, a cup of tea in hand. My mother, frightened by my depression after my father's death, had sent me to the United States to live with her brother. This was 1974. It was here that I learned to hate two other groups. First, the religious Jews, represented by my observant uncle, who insisted on looking to God when it was obvious that God, if there was one, was looking the other way. And second, the affluent Americans with all their toys and commercial gadgets, who looked suspiciously at the stuttering teenager who was forced to wear a kippah. That's the little skull cap, by the way. It's called a kippah in Israel. I don't even remember what it is we call it. They taught me that when I lived there. I was like, what? They say, yeah, it's to keep your head dry.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Starbucks, welcome back. It's good to have you. Good to have you. Welcome in on the life. I take follows very seriously. It's my aim to earn it. My aim to earn it. And I apologize for the followers only mode chat. Have to have been a follower for 10 minutes before you're allowed to say anything. We've had bad actors, and this is why we can't have nice things, so I appreciate your patience very much. Very much. And if it's not the same Starbucks, and if it's a different one, I apologize for the confusion. Either way, welcome in. Avi placed his palm on his head, miming a skull cap. I wrestled with my stuttering as an act of survival and self-defense. By the time I enrolled at Arizona State University, I had finally gained a kind of conscious control over it. But I was alone, cut off from the humanity that surrounded me. I was a solitary human soul. And some of you out there might identify with that. Let us read on. You might think that the isolation would have paid off in good grades, Afi chuckled, breaking some of the tension of his story. Like many who are lonely, I was intensely preoccupied with others. Like many who are lonely, I was intensely preoccupied with others. Truth is, I was never really alone, even when I had physically separated myself, because I was thinking about my father, my people, the Arabs, and Hamish. Everyone I hated was always with me, even when I was alone. I needed them to be. I needed to remember what and why I hated in order to stay away from them. Everyone I hated was always with me, even when I was alone. I needed them to be. Some of you are wrestling with this. I know this because I had the privilege of walking through some of it with you guys and your wrestlings on Wednesday during the rendezvous. Some of you are holding on to bitterness, holding on to hate, to resentment, to misery. And we're about to go and discover what to do about that and the implications of it. Justification. Justification. I needed to remember what and why I hated in order to stay away from them. After a second suicide attempt and brief stay in the hospital, it was time to figure out my next move. The future seemed bleak. I had been placed on probation after my first year at ASU, and my second year grades were even worse. I expected to be expelled. One day in early May, I received a letter from the provost's office, my expulsion notice. Or so I thought. In reality, it was a final, merciful lifeline. I was being invited to enroll in a 40-day survival program being run by one of the university's faculty, an Arab by the name of Yusuf Al-Falah. He extended his arm toward Yusuf, who nodded. Which of course meant that I wasn't going to do it, Avi said. I'd rather be expelled than spend 40 days and nights with a hate monger, which is what I, as a hate monger myself, assumed he must be. And I told my mother as much, who by then had moved to the States herself. You will enroll in this program, Avi, she told me. You've already tried to remove yourself from my life twice, and the boy I once knew has been dead for years. You will not turn away from this opportunity, Avi. And why would you? Because of some blind grudge against someone you've never met? As headstrong as I was, nobody defies my mother. The group laughed, and the heavy air of the room lifted. And so I went, he said. I went to live with my enemy. Here's one of the many differences between the third and the fourth editions. And I want to read for you guys the difference in that particular part. It's a little harsher in the third edition. You will enroll in this program, Avi, she scolded me, or you will no longer be my son. And don't think I don't mean it, she continued. You've twice already tried to remove yourself from my life, and something in you stole the boy I once knew some 4 years ago anyway. So I will make it easy for you, Avi. If you turn from this opportunity, this gift you do not deserve, because of some blind grudge you hold towards someone you have never met, then you will not be my son. You certainly would be no son of your father. I prefer the third edition. but I don't have a copy of the 3rd edition digitally to share with you guys. Otherwise, I would just read from the book. I concur, Trotsky. Oof, indeed. Yes. Maybe I will read the 3rd edition. I don't know. I'm conflicted. Just, like, minimize this whole thing and just... I don't know. You guys tell me who are here. Or those of you guys who've gone back through the VODs. Has it been helpful to have the words on the screen? Or are you just listening? What do you guys think? Honestly. You can tell me one way or the other. But I am curious to hear you guys' feedback. I should have asked earlier. I apologize for that too. Just read the book. I could do either. I'm not using the words. I'm just listening. Okay. All right. Just listening. Well then. Words on the screen helps those of us with bad hearing, which was initially why I wanted to do it, Leanne. That's initially why I wanted to do it in the first place, specifically for that purpose. The texts are different. The words are different in a lot of cases. The 3rd, I feel, has more punch. You could keep it up and still read the other book. I could. You're right. The words will be different. There's quite a bit added in the 4th edition. Kind of small and mobile, I got you. Yeah, Suki, there's whole sections like this. Hang on. This all this part right here. A lot of this, the backstory, wasn't here. That's not even in the 3rd edition. There's whole pages in here that I've never seen before. And honestly, I don't like reading out loud something that I've not read and vetted before, you know? Before I see what the heck it is they've got in here. Yeah, this third edition is what I know. This 4th edition has me a little befuddled. There's no closed caption option on Twitch. I just realized, huh. This book is an exception from vetting. Sort of, Leanne, yeah. There's some wording that I prefer, like I just had in that section. There's some wording that I prefer in here. It's harsher. It's more real. Nobody defies my mother. No, this delivered the punch. This delivered the gut punch. That's right. That's accurate, I think. That, like Trotsky said, encapsulates his mom's anguish better. Nobody defies my mom. You do what you think is right. There's a CC option on Twitch, but I think you have to be an affiliate or partner to unlock it. Seriously, Trotsky? That's trash. They have accessibility options behind the contract. I already dislike Papa Bezos. You don't need to give me any more ammunition, my friend. You don't need to give me any more cause. My goodness. Jeez. I'm for the more real, but I want to make sure Leanne can still be with us. Leanne's gone through the book 3 times, Mel. Leanne knows this material front and back. She knows the 4th edition, I believe, front to back. So, if anybody is okay, I'm sure it's Leanne. She is tough as nails in any case, and she's super well versed in this stuff. So, I think I will read from this. I won't be able to just go along, strictly speaking, with this, but I will try. I will try to have the two sync up. It might be a bit clunky. We'll see if it can work. This may get a bit janky in the replay for those who are coming back to listen to the reading. I apologize to all of you. There's like going to be a gap in here of like 5 minutes of me fussing. I'm sorry. I've seen some of my friends streaming with it turned on, and the inaccuracy can be quite hilarious. Oh, huh. Only thing I will say, it'd be rough for the edit later. Well, I suppose. I'm not worried about the edit, Jack. Though I appreciate you looking out for future Gus. He's never done a thing for me, but, you know, I appreciate you looking out for him all the same. We're all included. Okay, I'm in. Okay. Yeah. Tell you what. If there's a part, tell you what, Leanne, since you are so well versed in the 4th edition, if there's something in there that you're like, whoa, 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 like I just did here, that you're like, there's a part that is missing that I think is integral here, you tell me, and I will pull it up. That's what we'll do. Keep me honest. Okay. Oh, you've been listening to the 3rd edition. Well then, you know this material even better. Even better. We're all ignorant together. I like it. Okay. I would sooner be expelled than be forced to spend 40 days and nights with a hate monger, which is what I, as a hate monger myself, assumed he must be. And I told my mother as much, who by then had moved to the States herself. You will enroll in this program, Avi, she scolded me, or you will no longer be my son. And don't think I don't mean it, she continued. You've twice already tried to remove yourself from my life, and something in you stole the boy I once knew some 4 years ago anyway. So I will make it easy on you, Avi. If you turn from this opportunity, this gift you do not deserve, because of some blind grudge you hold towards someone you've never met, then you will not be my son. You certainly would be no son of your father. Avi paused in his telling to take in a deep breath. And so I went. He said, I went to live with my enemy. The group waited for him to continue. So what happened? Gwyn asked. Would you mind? Yusuf asked permission of Avi. No, not at all, Avi said. Please. Yusuf walked to the front of the room. To give you a feeling for what happened, perhaps it would help to tell you about something that happened here yesterday, with Carl and Terry's daughter, Jenny. Jenny! Lou thought to himself. He couldn't believe he'd let her slip from his mind. Carl, Terry, Yusuf asked, would you mind if I shared with the group how you brought Jenny here? Carl fidgeted beneath the attention that suddenly came his way, but said, that would be fine. You sure about that? Yes, go ahead. Terry? Sure, it's fine. Okay then, Yusuf began, turning to the rest of the group. When Jenny climbed in her parents' car yesterday morning, she didn't know she was being transported to a treatment program. Now, you know we don't recommend that, but it happens. Jenny's brother was in the car as well. He held Jenny so she wouldn't bolt from the moving vehicle when her parents broke the news. You, of course, saw the state Jenny was in after she got out of her brother's clutches and bolted across the street. You may not have noticed that she was without shoes. That may not seem vital at 9 a.m., but it's a different story when the Arizona sun begins to heat the city pavement, I can assure you, even in April. As I mentioned yesterday afternoon, Jenny ran shortly after we began our session, and 2 of our young people set off after her. What I'd like to tell you about is what happened over the next few hours as they followed her. It's good to see you, Vampire. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. And Zenith. Welcome, welcome, sir. Hydrate with all my spare hands, huh? With all my spare hands, hydrate. This man's is trying to keep me alive out here. I'm not lucky. I'm not lucky, I plan. If he says stretch, he's wasting his points. I'm not standing up either, I'm covered in ashes. Okay. He missed the blinker fluid? I did it the first time, Leanne. Was there another one? I don't know, there's another one. We're not making good time. I gotta proceed. There was another one? Joke did it when? When, vampire? Just a minute ago? That didn't count. It didn't take. Yeah, it didn't. It's on cooldown. It's on cooldown. Yeah, it's a long cooldown because you're not supposed to put eye drops in your eyes that often. Like, this is literally like a medical reason. It's not good for your eyes. You don't need that much eye drops. That's not a thing. So, not that. Not that. This is not a... Because Gus doesn't want a thing. It's a doctor recommended thing from when I got these new eyeballs. They told me. Okay, here's how often to do it. Don't do it more than this. So, you troublemakers. I'm gonna proceed with reading for a spell. This is the plan. No backsliding to Legacy, Gus. That's right. That's right. All right. As I mentioned yesterday afternoon, Jenny ran shortly after we began our session, and 2 of our young people set off after her. What I'd like to tell you about is what happened over the next few hours as they followed her. Few hours? Lou asked. Yes. The young people who followed her are named Mei Lee and Mike. They were each once students in our program, but now work with us. Mei Lee is 20, and Mike 22. In fact, they are with us this morning, he said, extending his hand toward the back of the room. The group whirled their heads around. Mei Lee and Mike, each of them comfortable in worn khakis in t-shirts, smiled back at them. Mike slipped the bandana from his head and tipped it like ball players tip their caps. Mei Lee waved sheepishly. Would you mind coming up and sharing what happened yesterday? Yusuf asked. They smiled and nodded and walked to the front. Well, Mike began, Jenny took off running about 15 minutes after you came into the building. She had a few blocks head start when Mei Lee and I took off after her. We called to Jenny as we caught up, but she yelled at us and started screaming about how her parents had betrayed her. Sorry, he said to Carl and Terry when he realized what he had said. He winced slightly and ducked his head in apology. Carl shook his head and waved the concern away with a perfunctory flick of the wrist. Don't worry about it, he said. Jenny was crying, Mei Lee chimed in. Nothing we said helped. Maybe made it even worse. She began running faster and jumping walls trying to ditch us. She runs steeplechase, her mother offered, almost in apology. Figures, Mei Lee laughed. We did our best to keep up, though. And to keep up a conversation, Mike added. We continued that way, jogging after her and trying to talk for quite a while, but then Mei Lee noticed something. What? Terry asked. That Jenny's feet were bleeding. This next section is... I'm not sure the adjectives to use here. Interesting. Challenging. Difficult. Informative. Telling. Useful. But challenging all the way through. Okay? I've reread this section of the story many times. I've gone through this book a bunch of times over the year, over the years, and each time I read this section, it interests me a great deal. And when I reflect on this book and the lessons in it, I think about this section of the book very often. So as I go through this next bit, dwell on it and think about the implications of this story. Think about the implications of this segment. Think about how it translates to your own life, to the things that you are running from, and the people that you're chasing after. Think about this, as I have. And it's not a trigger warning, Suki. No, I don't have those. I have an info hazard warning, and in this case, this is a don't miss this. It's just a longer way of me saying don't miss this. I think I did the first time. I think I did. And to keep up the conversation, Mike added. We continued that way, jogging after her and trying to talk for quite a while. But then Mei Lee noticed something. What? Terry asked. That Jenny's feet were bleeding. So we asked her if it would be okay if we called someone to bring some shoes. And? Terry asked. Mike shook his head. She wouldn't have any of it. Terry sighed. But then Mei Lee sat down, Mike continued, and began removing her own shoes. Take mine then, Jenny, she said. Your feet are beat up, mine are fine, please. But Jenny called her something I'd rather not repeat and kept running. Jenny's father, Carl, shook his head in resignation. Didn't matter, though, Mike continued. Mei Lee took off her shoes anyway. Terry and Carl looked at them inquiringly. Mike did the same, Mei Lee added, dropped down on the spot and took his shoes off too. Then we tried to catch up to her. Barefoot? Lou asked. Yes, Mei Lee answered. For how long? Oh, she said, another 3 hours or so. 3 hours? Barefoot on the pavement? In Phoenix? Yes. But why? That is the question, Yusuf jumped in. And I bet at the time, Mei Lee and Mike couldn't have even articulated the reason. They just knew it was the right thing to do. But it doesn't make any sense, Lou retorted. She didn't want their shoes. All they did was beat themselves up. Actually, Lou, Yusuf responded, it makes the deepest sense in the world. And while they certainly inconvenienced themselves, their act accomplished something of great importance. Then what? What did it accomplish? What indeed? What indeed? Chapter 17. Marching Bootless. No, seriously, what did it accomplish? Lou persisted. What good did this do, taking off their shoes? It isn't so much what good it did, Yusuf responded, as what good it invited. And those of you who were at the rendezvous on Wednesday, and in the groups where we got to discuss the book material, you heard me abuse this word many times in our sessions together. Invite. It isn't so much what good it did, Yusuf responded, as what good it invited. Okay then, what good did it invite? Yusuf looked at Mei Lee and Mike. Do you want to speak to that? Sure, Mei Lee said. She looked at Lou. I'm not sure what good it invited, Mr. Herbert, she began. How does she know who I am? Lou wondered. But I know what happened to Jenny, she continued. She decided on her own to enroll in the program. And I bet you wouldn't have predicted that. No, Lou agreed, his eyebrows rising in surprise. I can't say that I would have. Then he added, how did that happen? Well, after a few hours, we finally ended up at a mall, and Jenny ran into one of her friends. She started telling her what her parents had done to her, and about this program that they had tried to take her to. She mentioned that we worked for that program as well, and that we'd been following her for most of the day. The friend then looked down at Jenny's and ours feet, which were all bloody, and asked the question you just asked, Mr. Herbert. She said, barefoot? You've been running around the city. Barefoot. Yeah, Jenny chuckled back at her. The friend then looked at us and back at Jenny and then said, I don't know, Jenny. This program sounds like it might be okay. Maybe you should give it a try. We talked for a while together after that, until her friend had to go. After she left, Jenny turned to us and said, okay then. Tell me more about this Camp Moriah. We answered everything she wanted to know. We told her about Yusi and Avi, but about the wilderness we go to, and how we live off the land, and how fun and interesting it is, how liberating really. She didn't believe us about the liberating part, Mei Lee laughed, but she kept listening, and after a while of talking about it, you know what she said? The group hung on the answer. She said, okay, I'll go. Just that. She wasn't thrilled, certainly. More resigned than anything, I think. But she was willing. And then, during our ride back here together, just before we pulled into the parking lot, she said, I'm sorry for all the things I said to you today. And for your feet. She was genuinely sorry. I know, because I could see the water in her eyes. So, Mr. Herbert, did taking off our shoes have anything to do with Jenny now being safely and willingly out on the trail? I don't know for sure. You'd have to ask Jenny. But I do know one thing for certain. I know what taking my shoes off meant for me. It was a way of joining Jenny in her world, which is something we always try to do here. It's a way we create space for helping people to get out of the box. So, for example, when we go out on the trail and the youths have nothing but a food pack and a poncho, we too have nothing more than the same food pack and poncho. Unless, Mike jumped in, for safety reasons, we have to have something else. A radio, for example, or a first aid kit. Right, Mei Lee agreed. There are those differences, but we keep them to a minimum. Because if the kids had nothing but cornmeal to eat, for example, but I pulled out a candy bar for myself, how would that be treating them? Or if they had to sleep on the hard ground while I had an inflatable mattress, how would that be treating them? As objects, came Miguel's gravelly voice, surprising almost everyone in the room. Right, Mei Lee agreed. I would be seeing myself as better than, and more deserving than them. So how do you think that would invite them to see and treat me? Same way, Miguel answered again. Exactly, Mei Lee answered. Joining the youth in their hardships helps them because it helps us not to invite their hearts to go to war. So, Mr. Herbert, Mei Lee continued, looking at Lou once more, did it make a difference to Jenny? I don't know, but it made a difference to me. It helped me keep a heart at peace. And I think that might have made a difference to her. Like Yusuf and Avi are always tell us, we can't be agents of peace until our own hearts are at peace. good to see you, Key and Drev. Welcome in, gang. And anybody else I've missed. It's good to see you. I hope your weekend's eve is treating you right. Don't miss that last bit, friends. So, Mr. Herbert, Mei Li continued, looking at Lou once more, did it make a difference to Jenny? I don't know. But it made a difference to me. It helped me keep a heart at peace. And I think that might have made a difference to her. Like Yusuf and Avi always tell us, we can't be agents of peace until our own hearts are at peace. Thank you, Leanne, for dropping the links. You guys, for anybody who's just joining us and has no idea what's going on, these are the links to part 1 of this. We went through this whole book together, introducing these ideas that I can basically guarantee will radically transform your life for the better. They're tough, though. It comes at a cost. Like all valuable things do. There's a cost. But these are time-stamped VODs for the original material. This will take you to YouTube, takes you right to where the reading begins, and you can go through book 1 of this, as we did weeks ago. And right here are nights 1 and 2 of The Anatomy of Peace. That's the book we're currently in, book 2 of this, as we go through this spring of difficulty together, embarking on hard mode in community with folks who have agreed to try to do the same. It's a remarkable thing, and I'm enamored of everybody who has given this a shot. And if you wish to support this thing, and you want to leave your bandwidth here on a muted tab while you go back and check out the VODs, I can't more strongly encourage you to do so. It's invaluable material. It's material that I believe is worthy of you. That unspeakably high bar we've talked about before. It's worthy of you, if you'll give it the time. They can just be audio, by the way. You can play these and just listen to them. There are some visual aids and charts and stuff that come up for reference, but it doesn't need to be. Like Yusuf and Avi always tell us, we can't be agents of peace until our own hearts are at peace. And that's what I want for you, friends. Peace. In your world, in your relationship. In your relationships. Peace. True peace. Lou sat stunned. Here was a 20-year-old girl, probably less than 2 years removed from high school, and herself a delinquent in years past, who seemed to have a command of life that Lou himself knew he had not yet approached. Thank you, Mei Li and Mike, Yusuf said. Turning back to the group, he added, do you think your children are in good hands now? I'll say, Gwyn answered, with the others adding similar sentiments. Thanks. Lou nodded at Mei Li and then at Mike. Sure. Well then, Yusuf continued, after the two of them had left, you've now met our secret weapon, the young people, here at Camp Moriah, who work the miracles in your children's lives. I'd like to discuss something that follows from what they just taught us. Most wars between individuals are of the cold rather than the hot variety. Lingering resentment, for example, grudges long held, resources clutched to rather than shared, help not offered. These are the acts of war that most threaten our homes and workplaces. And the principles Mei Li shared with us apply no less in those environments than they do here on the trail with your youth. Think about our workplaces, for example. Think of the privileges we may retain for ourselves while we apply other standards to those who work for us. Privileges regarding vacation time, for example, the choice parking spot, the special perks, the public spotlight, the differences between what we have to do to get something to happen and what everyone else in our organization has to do. Which of these are necessary or unavoidable, and which of them do we retain because we think we are better than others, more vital, and deserve special treatment? But what if you are? Lou challenged, although good-naturedly. More vital, you mean? Yes. Then I would start wondering what special accommodations are vital in order for me to perform my vital function. And what perks are simply personal indulgences? In other words, which of them are the candy bars and inflatable mattresses, and which of them are the radios and first aid kits? That is, oh, the visual. It's so good. It's so good. It's such a good freaking visual. It's so smart that they overlaid those two. I'm sorry. Fourth wall here, you know? That's bah humbug. Which of them are the radios? Which of them are the candy bars and inflatable mattresses? And which of them are the radios and first aid kits? But why should that be the question? Lou countered. If I've worked all my life to get to where I am, shouldn't I be able to enjoy it? Yusuf smiled, clearly enjoying the exchange. Yes, Lou, absolutely. And that's just the point, isn't it? Because everyone else wants to enjoy the fruits of their labors as well. The question for you as the leader is whether you are going to create an environment that is as enjoyable for your people as it is for you. A place that they are as excited about and devoted to as you are. The best leaders are those whom people want to follow. We have a different word for people whom others follow only because of force or need. We call them tyrants. Tyrants. The word echoed uncomfortably in Lou's ear, for it was what one of Lou's fired executives, Jack Taylor, had called him. No doubt what Corey would say as well, he reflected. What Lou didn't say was that no one who pulled up at Zagram Company would have the least question which car was Lou's, which office was Lou's, which desk was Lou's, which furnishings were Lou's. And Lou certainly played by a different set of rules from the rest. Others had to get his approval for any expenditure over $2,000, for example. He, on the other hand, could spend whatever he wanted whenever he wanted. But I'm the boss, he defended himself. So what are you saying, Yusuf? He challenged. That I don't deserve anything extra for all that I've done? I've built the company, for heaven's sake. Alone? Excuse me? You've built the company alone? No, that's not what I meant. No? It's what you said. Well, it's not what I meant. Lou struggled to find the right words. I mean that I led the building. It wouldn't have happened but for me. You're no doubt right, Lou. No doubt at all. So here's the question. What's more important to you now? Flaunting your well-earned important status, or building a team and organization that will outlive you, surpass you, grow beyond you, and ultimately thank and revere you? What do you want, Lou? This question brought Lou squarely back to the mutiny in the boardroom. Kate Stenerud, Jack Taylor, Nelson Mumford, Kirk Weir, Don Schilling. Lou wrote their obituaries that morning, and with them, perhaps, the obituary of his baby, Zagram. Who am I kidding? He taunted himself. We're on the way down. No one's going to thank me, much less revere me. That devotion was reserved for Kate. Kate. All of a sudden, her name took on new meaning. She was one of the people, Lou thought to himself. That's why everyone loved her and followed her. She didn't think she was any better. More fortunate, maybe, but no better. I'll be damned, Lou blurted aloud, shaking his head. I'll be damned. Excuse me? Yusuf said. I just fired the one person in my company, Lou began, his eyes glassy as he spoke, who refused to play by a different set of rules from everyone else. She treated everyone the same, drove me crazy sometimes. The attention she would give to some of the staff, even the temps. Lou paused. I even caught her helping the janitorial staff clean the cafeteria one day when they were shorthanded. I couldn't believe it. Thought she was wasting her time and my money. But they loved her for it, he said, shaking his head in realization. Always made a point of parking at the far end of the lot, too. Claimed she needed the exercise. It suddenly struck him that it wasn't just about the exercise. And I'm left with a lot of people like me, he continued, who think they deserve the best. He shook his head in disgust. I've had the choice parking spot for years, and the choice everything else for that matter, and look what it's gotten me. Since I fired Kate and the others, we've been in crisis. Labor has me over a barrel, everyone's worried, our production is down, our customers are wondering what's going on, and here I sit in Arizona. Partly because I need to be here, and partly because I don't have a clue what to do about the mess back home. And now it comes to me. I'm the mess. I'm the mess. That's what you're saying here. That I'm the mess. Well, actually, you're the one saying that, Yusuf said sheepishly. Sheepishly. I didn't say that. That's okay, I'll say it, Elizabeth chided. Lou was lost in his thoughts. No wonder everyone loved and followed Kate, he continued mostly to himself. Damn, have I ever made a mistake. So what are you going to do about it? I don't know, he said honestly. Perhaps Kate can give you a suggestion, Yusuf answered. But I fired her. She's no longer with me. On the contrary, Lou, she's never been bigger in your mind than she is now. You might have let her go from your company, but you haven't been able to let her go from your mind. Am I wrong? No, you're right, he said, slumping in his chair. There's a reason Kate was beloved, Yusuf continued. A reason people followed her and worked for her. And from what I've heard about Kate, I have a suspicion I know what it was. What? Something that one of our Kates, Mei Li, just taught us. Kate created a space for people at Zagram that was akin to the space Mei Li helped to create for Jenny. Like Mei Li, I'm betting that when Kate showed up for work each morning, she took off her shoes, or whatever the equivalent of that is in your company. In an environment that is often fearful and ego-driven, she created a space where people could give up their worries and thrive. Yusuf waited as Lou pondered this. Am I right? He finally asked. Yes. Lou said, his mind now far away in a building in Connecticut. You are. It's good to see you, Kitty. Welcome in, chillin'. Welcome, welcome. I should be sleeping, but I'm the mess. You and me both, my friend. You and me both. I wasn't going to be the one to say it, vampire. But yes, it's all of us. Some Aberfeldy 12 chillin'. Aberfeldy 12. A Highland single malt. Very mild. Pretty darn good. Not my favorite, but pretty darn good for the price, gotta say. Need to come up for a little air. A little air. Yes, Leanne. That was me, my friends. Some of you know that story. You've heard of bits and pieces of it in the past. Others of you are newer around here and you don't know. The company that I ran, not too dissimilar. I'm Lou. It's nice to meet you. And I was precisely who Lou is in this story. Marine and all. Except I've been in way longer than he did. Still.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
AJ, thank you for the follow. It means a heck of a lot. I take follows very seriously. It's my hope to earn them. Here tonight with the seriousness and in all the silliness we get up to as well, for I believe real relationships ought to have both. The silly and the serious and all the stuff in between. I hope to earn that follow. Thank you for your patience, for the strictures that are in place here on Friday nights exclusively while we're going through weighty material, as you may have heard. It's followers only. Have to have been a follower for 10 minutes to drop something in chat. And I hope that if you do stick around for those 10 minutes that you'll let me know, do you prefer AJ or Biker or something else? And I will attempt to commit it to memory. I'm grateful for your patience with me. Also, as I've missed a bunch of chat, thank you to everybody who is welcoming in our new joins tonight. Thank you to everybody who's welcoming in our old joins, our old friends. Thank you, guys. We get to do the difficult stuff because of you. And yes, if you're here just joining us for the first time, this material that Leanne kindly linked up there that says LSD, the leadership and self-deception stuff, I highly recommend that if you want to support the stream, support hard mode, support what it is we're doing here in the Mafia, you can pause, you can mute this tab, leave it open so you count and algorithm things happen, right? But also, pull up those VODs and listen to Leadership and Self-Deception, a dumb title name for a super serious topic. One that's simple enough to go through, but it is painful and difficult to learn and to implement. Some of the most difficult stuff I've ever undertaken is what we're doing here right now. Start with leadership and self-deception. We're in the second book now. Part 3 of it, no less. So if you jumped in here, it won't make a lot of sense. But all those VODs are still up on YouTube for you. And they've been kindly time-stamped by others. Go give them a look-see, yeah? If you want to join the Discord and embark upon hard mode with this community and the men and women of the Mafia who've agreed to try the same, links are in the usual places for the Discord. We have discussions about this stuff during our Wednesday groups, which you're welcome to join. Check out the events tab in there while you're at it. The rules are tough to get in by design. It takes a special sort. I'm grateful to all of you who have yeeted stickers at Kate and Phil, by the way. It's no small thing. It's no small thing. Chapter 18. Surrender. Yusuf tilted his head down to intercept Lou's faraway gaze. I know that look, he said. It's how I look when I possess no real conviction that things can ever get better. It is the look of despair and surrender. Lou took that in and considered it. Yeah, I suppose that is how I'm feeling, he conceded. And here's the turn, my friends. If you've been feeling beat up by the material that we've covered tonight, here's the turn. Stick with me. It's a seductively powerful feeling, Yusuf continued. This feeling of despairing surrender. But it's a lie. But it's a lie. Lou suddenly perked up. How so? Because it's assuming something that isn't true. What? It's assuming that you're stuck. That you're doomed to continue suffering as you have been. This was, in fact, what Lou was feeling. He slumped again in his chair. Just a moment ago, Lou, Yusuf began, you said that you were the mess. Not others, but you. And that's supposed to make me feel better? Lou asked forlornly. No, Yusuf responded, but it should give you hope. How so? Because if you are the mess, you can clean it. Improvement doesn't depend on others. I'm going to read that like 16 more times. No, okay, but I'm going to read it one more time. If you are the mess, you can clean it. Improvement doesn't depend on others. But what if the mess isn't purely mine? Lou responded sullenly. What if the people around me are just as messed up as I am? Yusuf couldn't help himself. Then you have a huge problem, he laughed out loud. Tell me about it, Lou shook his head pathetically. Actually, I'm mostly joking, Lou, Yusuf continued. Mostly, Elizabeth noted with a smile. Yes, Yusuf agreed, mostly, because even if it is the case that everyone at Zagram is deeply messed up, it's still a hopeful situation. How do you figure? Because your despair is being invited by another lie. You're assuming that nothing you can do will change them. And this is the answer to the question that several of you had in 3? 3 or 4 different meetings this past Wednesday. I get this, but now what? Despair, hopelessness. Because your despair is being invited by another lie, you're assuming that nothing you can do will change them. But that's true, Lou countered. I can't change them. And he's right. We talk about that all the time here in the Mafia. How many people do you have control over in your life? Well, it's just one. And they stare back at you in the mirror each time you look at it. But that's Lou. But that's true, Lou countered. I can't change them. Quite right. Then I don't understand your point. That's because you surrendered too early, Yusuf smiled. While it's true we can't make others change, we can invite them to change. After all, didn't Mei Li help to change Jenny? Lou thought about Mei Li's story. Yes, I suppose it did. Yusuf paused briefly. Because we are each responsible for our blaming, self-justifying boxes, he continued, we can each be rid of them. There are no victims so far as the box is concerned, only self-made ones. Because we are each responsible for our blaming, self-justifying boxes, we can each be rid of them. There are no victims so far as the box is concerned. Only self-made ones. And since, by getting out of the box, we invite the same in others, we are not even victims with respect to others the way we believe we are when we're in the box. We can begin inviting others to make the changes they need to make. In fact, that is what the best leaders and parents do. So if you surrender, Lou, you surrender to a lie. Your box will win. Then how? Lou asked. How can I fight this box I'm in? The same way Avi fought his, and I'm fighting mine. How? Lou repeated. I think it might help to hear more of Avi's story, Yusuf said. At that, Avi stood back up. So, he began, the Arizona Outback in the summer of '78. Lou listened as Avi recounted his initial meeting with Yusuf, their early battles, Avi's anger at everything around him, the hills, the streams, the trees, the earth. But everything began to change for me, Avi continued, during a late-night conversation with Yusuf under a clear, star-laden sky. We were about 2 weeks into the program at the time, and I'd barely said a word to anyone. You know, Yusuf said to me, as I was lying on my back looking at the stars, it's the same night sky we see from Jerusalem. I hesitated, but then I said, yeah, the Big Dipper, the Polar Star. I remember my dad teaching me all about them. At that, I recall Yusuf sitting down next to me. It might have been the first time I didn't pull away from him. He said, Tell me about your father. Tell me about your father, Avi. Welcome, AJ. Thank you. He said, "Tell me about your father, Avi." And I remember launching into a flood of memories from my childhood. How my father took me on walks every day from as early as I can remember. How he taught me the history of our people. How he played soccer with me at the park. How he always cooked Saturday breakfast. How I loved to travel with him on his surveying jobs. How he always read to me before I went to bed. It was like a dam broke within me, and my memories burst free. All my love for my father, the pain of his loss, and the sadness for no longer having him in my life burst through the box that had been confining my heart. My chest heaved at the loss I had suffered, and at what I was then suddenly recovering, a longing to be with my father. Yusuf just sat there with me and listened. Although he couldn't have known it, he was something of a surrogate for my father that night. If I couldn't be with my father, it was at least helpful to be with someone after nearly 5 years of barricading myself from the world. That night was the beginning of my healing, and I will forever be grateful that it happened at the invitation of an Arab. For the blame I had heaped upon the Arab people for my father's death somehow became more difficult to maintain when it was an Arab who helped reintroduce me to my father. When I awoke the next morning, I willingly joined in the others and helped with breakfast. This was a first for me. We then broke camp and began our day's journey through the bush. I remember the morning's hike well, because it was the first day on the trail that I allowed myself to enjoy. Over the days that followed, the memories of another flooded my mind. Hamish. What a friend he had been. How gracious, pure, and good he'd been to me, and I so wicked. He had come to me in my moment of great loss, knowing how deeply I must be hurting, and wanting in some small way to help me bear my pain. He had come to me as an angel of comfort and goodwill, and I cast him out. Avi reached up and wiped his cheek. And as if that wasn't enough, I vilified him. With every vile word I knew, I blamed him for my father's death. Him, the bearer of mercy and love. The young boy stuck between two nations, Arab by birth and Israeli by citizenship. The boy who in the days his blood family was attacking his country, when perhaps he needed comfort most of all, came to offer his comfort to me, and received pain in return for his merciful gift. Mean, loathsome pain. "Oh, Hamish," I cried within as I walked, "what can I ever do to repay you, to belatedly return your gift in kind, to help to bear the pain I have heaped upon you, and to erase the bitterness I have inevitably invited within?" Avi wiped once more at his cheek. This question settled upon me as I trekked over the coming days. On another clear morning, on another clear evening, some 10 days or so after the first, I sat again with Yusuf. This time, I told him about my friend Hamish, and my violent turning away. The telling was cathartic, as I had never uttered a word of it to anyone until that moment. I had, of course, spent the recent days replaying the events in my mind, but until I was willing to allow another to see my transgression, I was still holding on to and hiding it. My telling turned out to be part of the healing. Part, but not all. For the telling nourished within me the seed that had been looking to take hold and grow. I knew in the telling that it wasn't enough in this case merely to feel sorry. Seeing Hamish as I once again did, I felt the desire and need to reach out to him. What can I do for him? I asked Yusuf. Do you feel the need to do something for him? He asked. It is what my heart is telling me, yes, I answered. Then what do you feel you should do? That's what I'm asking you, I responded. Ah, he said, but it is your life, and your friend, and your heart, is it not? I cannot tell you what you need to do. Only you would know that. Then what? I wondered to myself. Maybe you should ponder the question as you walk over the coming days, Yusuf said. And I did. On the third morning, we came upon a spectacular plant called a century plant. Its stalk was probably 30 feet tall. The century plant lives 15 to 25 years. However, it shoots up a stalk and flowers only in the last year of its life. The energy it takes to grow the stalk ends up killing the plant. When the stalk falls over, it showers seeds on the ground, giving life to a new generation. The low-lying base of the plant is commonly seen in the deserts of Arizona and elsewhere, but the once-in-a-lifetime nature of the stalk and its determination to grow skyward from rocky, dry soil lends it an air of authority and hope. Because of the seeds it cradles, every stalk that rises offers the desert the promise of future life. I had learned about the plant since joining the survival course and had seen various specimens over the first few weeks. This time, however, when I happened upon one in full flower, something hit me. I had received the gift of a once-in-a-lifetime friend. A friend and friendship that had flourished despite the difficulty of the environment in which we lived. It was, of course, a friendship that lived close to the ground, like the base of the century plant, mostly unnoticed. Yet, before it could come of age and shoot its flowers skyward as a beacon of hope to the desert, I had hacked at its roots and condemned it to death. Towering before me was a surrogate. This plant was now rising as Hamish and I could have risen, had I not deserted him. I reached up to the lowest of its branches and snapped off a seed. I wrapped up the seed, symbolic both of what I had killed and what I hoped yet could rise to life, and placed it in my pocket. That evening I laid my soul bare in a letter to Hamish, apologizing for my inhumanity toward him and for the pain I had inevitably caused. I offered the seed as a symbol both of what we once had and of what I hoped we could yet recover. I didn't know whether Hamish or his family still lived in the same little home, but his house number was my only connection to the life I had once known with him. The weekly mail run arrived in our camp 2 days later. My letter and the century plant's seed started their journey from the desert soils of Arizona to the deserts of the Middle East, hopefully to find a young Palestinian Arab still in good health and retaining a spirit that had not been irretrievably damaged by the violence of some years before. At that, Avi stopped. So what happened? Gwyn asked. Did you hear from Hamish? No, he said. I never heard from him. There was the hint of a gasp in the room, as this revelation was neither what they had expected nor hoped. "That's sad," Gwyn said. "Do you know what happened to him?" "Yes. I have learned since that his family moved about 2 years after I came to the States. They moved to the north of Israel, to a town called Maalat Tarshiha. But he was killed about 5 years later. He was among the civilians killed by rocket attacks from Lebanon prior to the Lebanon War of 1982. "Oh, how sad," Gwyn whispered. "Yes," Avi nodded as he looked down at the ground. "Did he ever receive your letter?" Elizabeth asked. Avi shook his head. "I don't know. There's no way to know." He looked back up at the group. "I didn't learn of his whereabouts until after his death." "What a pity if he never received it," Carol said. "Yes," Avi agreed, his face slack with sorrow. "I wonder about it all the time, about the pain I caused him, and about whether my letter helped to relieve it in any way." "But writing the letter helped you," Pettis offered. "By helping to heal my own heart, you mean?" Avi asked. "Yes." "You're right," he agreed. "Even if the letter didn't reach Hamish, it reached me, that's true. It was for me an outward expression of an inward recovery of friendship. Hamish may not have received it, but in writing it, I finally received him, and began to receive others like him." "Like Arabs, you mean?" Gwyn asked. "Like Yusuf and others?" "Yes, and Americans and Jews, and my family and myself. Everyone I had gone to war against." "For you see, every human face includes all others. This means that I spite my own face with every nose I desire to cut off. We separate from each other at our own peril." Thank you, joke. Every human face includes all others. We separate from each other at our own peril. Again, if you're not big on highlighting your books, I understand that. But if you have a copy of this and you've not highlighted anything yet, this may be something worth underlining. Every human face includes all others. This means that I spite my own face with every nose I desire to cut off. we separate from each other at our own peril. Friends, I've said from the first, when I first met you, from when I very first started streaming till now, with every stream, we're dying for community. I don't care if you're an introvert, extrovert, doesn't matter. It's 2024. Especially those of you who are under 30. Under 40. We need community. All of us do. But in particular, if you're under 40, you may have never had it. Those who've gone before us had things like social institutions, bowling leagues, and all of that, right? They had clubs and societies and lodges and very little of that is left. Now what we have are superficial surrogates. Social media. Which is why it's not enough for me to try and entertain you here on these evenings. It's why I will instead spend all of my effort and energy pointing you guys toward real community, putting faces to the name, building real relationships that are unafraid of difficult things, unafraid of differing opinions, unafraid of different and differing methodologies as it pertains to how to fix the world. Real relationships are what I strive to foster here in the Mafia. Real relationships. It starts in the Discord. The rules are tough to get in for this reason. It's not just a place for every old body. It's tough. Tough to get in on the life. Tougher still to stay in. Which is why I'm so enamored of each of you who've agreed to try. Who've gone through this material and the others, and who have wrestled with it in community. Doing it in a silo, doing it by yourself is miserable, if not impossible. Do it in community. And you may yet see success. You may yet survive these books. And if you do it alongside a community, if you do it alongside friends, real friends, you may yet engender real friendships. Going through this stuff is not for the faint of heart, but neither is community. Real community is risky. Real relationships are risky. Real relationships invite pain. They come with vulnerability. For when you open the door to relationships, you also open the door to pain and hurt and betrayal. They don't come singly. You don't get one without the possibility of the other. The things in life worth having are the things that will cost you. It's good to see you, Pep. Welcome. We begin dying the moment we say no to community. Chapter 19. Locating the peace within. Lou, Avi said, a few minutes ago you asked how you can get out of the boxes you find yourself in. Out of the blame, the self-justification, the internal warring, the apparent stuckness. Yes, Lou said. From this story I've just shared, I'd like to highlight for you what I believe were the keys to my being released from the captivity of my own boxes. The getting out of the box process, as it were. Lou nodded in both assent and anticipation. First of all, Avi began, you need to realize something about the box. Since the box is just a metaphor for how I am in relationship with another person, I can be both in and out of the box at the same time, just in different directions. That is, I can be blaming and justifying toward my wife, for example, and yet be living straightforwardly toward Yusuf, or vice versa. Given the hundreds of relationships I have at any given time, even if I am deeply in a box toward one person, I am nearly always out of the box toward someone else. Okay, Lou said pensively, wondering why this might be significant. Which is why, Avi continued, we can recognize we are in the box to begin with. When we are noticing we are in the box, it is because we are noticing that we aren't feeling and seeing in one direction like we are in another. We are able to recognize the difference because the difference is within us. Which is to say, that if we have out-of-the-box places within us, relationships and memories that are not twisted and distorted by blame and self-justification. Okay, Lou said, but what does that have to do with getting out of the box when we're feeling stuck? It has to do with it because it means we are not stuck. Huh? Think of that night with Yusuf under the stars, Avi continued. It turns out that I had a wealth of out-of-the-box memories regarding my father. Once I allowed myself to find my way to those memories, a lot of things started to look and feel different. But you could have made your way out of those way to those memories any time in the prior 5 years, but evidently didn't, Lou said. What made you do it that night? Good question, Avi responded. I've asked myself the same thing many times. And I think the answer lies in the ideas Mei Li and Mike shared with us. Ideas that were embedded in the efforts Yusuf made with me and the others who were on the survival course. Remember how Mei Li talked about the importance of doing everything in her power to make the environment invitational toward peace? That is one of our precepts here. The biggest help in finding my way forward and out of the box was finding an out-of-the-box place or vantage point within me. In order to give me the best chance at finding such a vantage point within me, Yusuf helped to create an out-of-the-box place around me. And how did he do that? By first being out of the box toward me himself. For you see, when he approached me that night under the stars, the conversation never would have gone as it did had I felt the blame of his box over the preceding days. I was like Jenny, and Yusuf was like Mike and Mei Li. I was looking to take offense at slights, real and imagined. When real offenses wane, however, it gets increasingly harder to keep manufacturing them in one's mind. I was looking to take offense at slights, real and imagined. When real offenses wane, however, it gets increasingly harder to keep manufacturing them in one's mind. Despite my early resistance toward Yusuf, he didn't resist me back. He helped to create for me, as it were, an out-of-the-box place. A vantage point from where I could ponder my life in a new way, free from the blame and self-justification of the box. When I remembered in that way, I was free to remember a past that my blaming self-justification had kept me from remembering. I was free to see a different past along with a different present and future. I was freed from the limitations and distortions of the box. So what is the getting out of the box process you alluded to earlier? Lou asked. I've already given you the first 2 parts, Avi answered. At that, Avi turned to the board and wrote the following. Miss Tech, welcome on in. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. We haven't been able to find a PDF for this book, Joke. Not this one. We've got a PDF for the first book and the next book, but not this one. Not that I'm aware of. Good for you if you did find it, Retro. By all means, send it. I've already given you the first 2 parts, Avi answered. At that, Avi turned to the board and wrote the following. Recovering inner clarity and peace. Four parts. Getting out of the box. Step 1. Look for signs of the box. Blame, justification, horribilization, common box styles, etc. Part 2. Find an out-of-the-box place. Out-of-the-box relationships, memories, activities, places, etc. First, Avi said as he turned from the board, I should be on the lookout for blame and justification, for the signs that I might be in a box. I can be on the lookout for signs of the various common boxes, for example, ways I'm feeling better than, or entitled, or worse than, or anxious to be seen as. Then, when I feel stuck in the box and desire to get out, I can find an out-of-the-box place, some place within me that is unencumbered by these boxes. And that's what you found that night with Yusuf? Lou asked. Yes, and in the memories that then came of my father. But what about when I'm not on the trail with Yusuf? Lou asked earnestly. How can I find an out-of-the-box place when all hell is breaking loose around me? Lou wasn't trying to trip Avi up at this point. He simply knew from past experience that whatever he was learning from this likely would be swept away and forgotten at the first sign of difficulty. His lunchtime conversation with John Rencher the day before was exhibit number 1 of this. He wanted to find some toeholds for himself, things he could remember and latch onto when he felt the walls of the box erecting themselves around him. Actually, Avi answered, since we all have out-of-the-box places within us, finding one is not difficult, so long as we remember to do it. So long as we remember to do it. For example, you might try to identify the people toward whom you are generally and currently out of the box. Names will come to mind, and simply thinking about your experiences with those people can take you to a vantage point from where the world seems different than it did a moment before. Lou nodded to himself. His oldest child, Mary, had just this type of impact on Lou. She seemed to calm him simply by her presence. It had been that way between them almost since the day she was born. He used to take her on walks to clear his mind after a hard day, and they formed a bond. He read to her every night when she was young, and the soothing relationship they formed had lingered into the present. His next child, Jessie, didn't have quite the same calming influence. Lou had always driven him hard, whether in schoolwork or sports, and their relationship had a kind of striving intensity about it as a result. But Lou was fiercely proud of Jessie. Was this too an out-of-the-box place? He wasn't sure. If you needed to, Avi added, you might call or go to one of these people merely to have a conversation, or perhaps to ask for help with the struggle you're having. Or you might try thinking about the people who have had the greatest influence for good in your life and why, he continued. I want to pause right there with that, really fast. I want us all to do this. This is going to be part of the homework. If you're here and going through this, and I have the privilege of seeing you on Wednesdays for the rendezvous, the Cosa Nostra rendezvous, for those of you unfamiliar, all day Wednesday we have groups from start to finish of the entire day. Find one, join one. Put faces to the name, do real relationships, find real friends. None of this parasocial stuff. This is your homework, or part of it. I want you to think about who you have in your life that's like this. He says, if you needed to, you might call or go to one of these people merely to have a conversation, or perhaps to ask for help with the struggle you're having. Or you might try thinking about the people who have had the greatest influence for good in your life and why. I want you to think about who you have in your life that you're out of the box toward. More often than not, who in your life gets your best, gets your out of the box, unencumbered self? Who gets you? The real you. Not a bitter, justifying version of you. Who in your life do you have? I want you to think about that. You don't need to include that here in chat. This is going to be a personal thing to each of you. I want you to bring that to Wednesday. And there, in that environment, in that company, in that august company, I will invite you to share. Invite you to share who this is and why. Now I have to sneeze. And I can't believe I didn't lose my sneeze because I said something. Always. Think about who you have in your life that has this effect on you. And I want to hear about it on Wednesday. And for those of you guys who are here and caught up with all of this stuff, you may be the ones who are most up to speed on all of this. There are others, I won't say there may be, there definitely, certainly are others in each of your groups who have not gone through this material, who are not hearing this now, who do not know what the homework is, who will not have any of this, because they are opting out of doing these things. They have opted out, in many instances, of undertaking this material with us. And that's okay. They're not ready. There's a difference between being busy and being not ready. I know all of you are busy, but some of you are not ready. And those folks are, by and large, not here this evening. And they've not gone through the material. Heck, they haven't even started the first book. And that's okay. The material will be there for them, hopefully edited down soon when I get a chance, when I get a toehold, and when I can come up for air and start editing them down. The material will be there for them when they are ready. Forcing someone through this material is not the way. They won't receive it. They won't benefit from it the way that you will have by opting in. But I'm encouraged by each of you who have gone through the material. I'm encouraged by each of you who do show up, prepared to discuss this stuff, who have questions regarding this stuff, who are wrestling, actively wrestling with this stuff. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, blessings. Thank you. You're setting the example. And if you've never thought of yourself as someone who sets the example, surprise, you are now. And this is no small thing. No small thing.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Beetlejuice, I'm grateful for the follow. Grateful indeed. I take follows very seriously because I take you very seriously. It's my hope to earn it. It's my hope to earn your time, your consideration. It's my hope to earn the privilege of doing life alongside you. Each of you. And to create content worthy of you. An unspeakably high bar, to be sure, but the only one, as far as I'm concerned, worth striving for. And I thank you for your patience, as AJ kindly demonstrated here earlier tonight. Follower-only mode for chat is enabled on Friday nights exclusively as we're going through difficult material. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful for each of you who have extended to me the kindness of that being patient. It's have to be followers for only 10 minutes, or for 10 minutes before you can say anything in chat. But by all means, let me know if you can survive those 10 minutes as AJ did before you. Let me know what you prefer to be called. Beetle? Do you go by Beetle? Do you go by Juice? Do you go by Beetlejuice? It could be the whole thing. It could be something different entirely. Just ask Thumper, dear friend of the Mafia. Dear member of the Mafia who knows all the stuff and all the things and befuddled us day one with her change of name. Thank you. Those of you who are in CNR groups, it is my encouragement to you, my hope, that you will use your crew chats, the chats that you guys have access to if once you are in a CNR group, once you're plugged in to a rendezvous crew. Use your crew chats. Write down a name, write down a note to self, whatever it is you got to do there to remind you to bring up whomever it is during our chats on Wednesday. Use your space in there to remind us who to revisit. Don't lose it in the days between. If you needed to, Avi added, you might call or go to one of these people merely to have a conversation, or perhaps to ask for help with the struggle you're having. Or you might try thinking about the people who have had the greatest influence for good in your life and why, he continued. Lou suddenly found himself thinking about Carol and about her steady, devoted influence. Very often, Avi's voice continued, simply the memory of those people can take you to a different vantage point. Or maybe there was a time, he continued, when someone treated you kindly, especially when you didn't deserve it. Lou remembered his father's response when he had dumped their new car into the Hudson. Such memories can be helpful to me when I find that I am in the box, railing against someone I don't think deserves to be treated kindly, Avi said. Or maybe there's a particular book or passage that has a powerful effect on you, he continued. A writing that invites you out of the box. Lou thought of The Hiding Place and Jacques Lussiran's autobiography, and There Was Light. These were each accounts of people who, despite terrible hardships, found ways not to be bitter. Or maybe an activity or place that does the same, Avi continued. Maybe some location that brings back memories of when all was right, for example. For me, I have discovered that Frank Sinatra music, of all things, invites me to an out-of-the-box place. It has this effect on me, I believe, because I began listening to Sinatra when I used to rock our youngest child, Lydia, to sleep. So for me, Sinatra invites me back to the memories of those times. Unencumbered memories that give me the chance to think and feel more clearly in the present. This all sounds fairly basic, but most people who are trying to find their way out of conflict and bitterness never think to do it. Finding themselves stuck in bitterness, it never occurs to them that they have access to unbitter places in every moment. Once we find our way to such a place, we are ready for the next step in the getting out of the box process. At that, Avi added a third item to the process he was outlining on the board. Number 3, which I apparently don't have a picture of. Recovering Inner Clarity and Peace. 4 parts. Part 3. Ponder the situation anew, i.e., from this out-of-the-box perspective. What does pondering the situation anew mean? Pettis asked. And how do you do it exactly? Could I speak to that, Avi? Yuvi said. Of course, go ahead. Yusuf came up to the front. What does it mean, you ask? It means that once you find an out-of-the-box vantage point, you are now in a position to think new thoughts about situations that have troubled you. Because you will be thinking about them from a new perspective, you will be able to access thoughts and ideas that may have eluded you while you were trying to think about the situation from within the box. Avi found that kind of perspective, he continued, under a star-filled sky. This may not be an out-of-the-box place for you, but Avi's point is that something will be. You need only to identify the relationships, places, memories, activities, book passages, and so on that have that kind of power for you. And then remember to search them out when you feel war rising within you. When you've accessed such a place, an internal vantage point where peace remains, you can begin to ponder your challenges anew. But how? Pettis asked. By learning to ask some questions. What questions? Queries I began learning in a grassy Connecticut park, Yusuf answered, with canisters of tear gas exploding all around me. Take care, Mal. We have too much ground left to cover between here and part 4. If I'm to finish this evening, if I'm to finish it before our time concludes tonight. Based on how long I took to get to the material and how long I've taken to get through it, I think maybe this is the place to end it tonight. We're on the doorstep of chapter 20. We just finished chapter 19. There are 2 chapters left in part 3. And there's quite a bit to go over in those remaining 2 chapters. And then finally, part 4, which is fairly short, but it brings together all the components that we've started in on in this book, and it concludes and gives us strategies for moving forward. And all of that I'd like to dwell on. I'd like to give it the time it needs. Even still, I think here is a good place. I don't want to speed through what remains. This is valuable stuff, and I don't want it to get sped through. We finished 19, Retro. 20 is what's next. 20 is what's next. That notion, that thing, we expand that, the homework and so forth, right there. Those things. Avi found that kind of perspective under a star-filled sky. That was the place for Avi, okay? This may not be an out-of-the-box place for you, dear friends. But Avi's point is that something will be. You need only to identify. Okay, here you go. You ready? For our group discussion. The relationships, places, memories, activities, book passages, and so on, that have that kind of power for you. That's what I would like you to consider. In pondering, how do we get out of the box in moments like that? Each of us has a vantage point, to use the book's lingo here, from which we can see the situation anew, ponder the situation anew. For me, well, I've got a bunch of these. But I think about my Tuesday group. My business leaders group that introduced me to this book, that introduced me to this material, that wrestled with me, alongside me, as I heard all of this for the first time and struggled with it. Struggled with it. For I was Lou, like I said. I was very much Lou. Again, Marine and all. This man's... I identify very much with Lou. Very much. As I've said many times, and many of you have already heard me say, I would not be friends with past Gus. The man I see in my rear view was no man at all. More machine than anything. And I think about the patient people who sat there with me as I went through this stuff and were out of the box toward me the whole time, and so invited me also to be out of the box, to consider these things. I think about them and their calm patience as I railed against the people in my life that I treated as objects. And I think about the Hot Bride, right? Hot Bride is so sweet and mild-mannered and agreeable in a lot of ways. And she's very patient with me. She's out of the box toward me quite a lot. It seems like she has bottomless patience with me in all of the things that I get up to in building a company and so forth. She patiently listens to me as I wrestle with ideas about you guys. She knows what goes on during the CNRs and so forth. I run ideas by her. I run questions by her. I say, so-and-so is struggling with this, and I don't know quite how to talk with them about it. I don't know if I should reach out. I don't know if I have the time. And she's like, you never have the time. She said, you don't have the time. And I'm like, I wonder if I should just write to them. She goes, no, you don't. I'm like, well, maybe in this one case. Yes, okay. So-and-so's been around for a long time, and maybe this, and all the considerations, and she lets me bounce my ideas off of her. She's great. For so many reasons. She's sort of my happy place. And it helps to think on that. It helps to reflect on that. You can call me Beetle. Thank you, Beetle. Again, I appreciate the follow, and I especially appreciate your patience. You know, folks who find our humble little corner of the interwebs on every other night don't need to worry about any of that stuff, but here you are demonstrating patience to me, a stranger. And I'm grateful as heck. I'm grateful for it. It's not everybody who can tolerate such things, and you've done me a further kindness still, beyond the follow, by extending that patience and grace to me. Thank you. Welcome in. And she'll be here tomorrow to steal the show. Honestly. Oh, most obvious one is Apex. Apex is your happy place joke? Yeah. Apex is where you go for calm, collection, for reflection. You're like, yes. The place where I breathe a sigh of relief. I just fire up the game and I see it compiling shaders and I just, peace washes over me. Is that right, joke? Is that right? Compiling shaders. And it just, you know, the calmness, the blood pressure lowers. Oh, Apex, you cruel mistress, you. Oh. Only when I play Apex with you. Oh, this was a kind thing? Wait, am I reading this wrong? Aw. I like playing Apex with you, too. Aw. Yeah, I can hate the game, Retro, but I like... The only reason I play it is to play it with friends. I play it with community. I get to play with Joke and Ahmed and a couple others, like, pretty regularly. And it's like a regularly scheduled thing. That's why I'll play it, is for Joke. I'll play it for the friends, you know. I'll play it for Ahmed. I'll play it for the community. I won't play it for Apex's sake. Sheesh. I would like to recommend a book called Shiviti, A Vision. Autobiography by a concentration camp survivor. It's about him overcoming concentration camp syndrome through a series of LSD sensory deprivation treatments, like actual LSD, not leadership and self-deception. Trotsky, you're talking about actual LSD. That's really on the nose for tonight and the material. That's really on the nose. That's, Yeah. Those books that were referenced, by the way, gang, if you've never heard of a book called The Hiding Place by Corrie ten Boom, her last name is Ten-Boom. Corrie, Corrie, Corrie ten Boom. If you've never read The Hiding Place, it's a really good example of somebody who, went to the camps and all of that jazz and managed to stay, to use the vernacular here, right? Managed to stay out of the box despite being in a concentration camp. It's a truly remarkable story because it's an autobiography. It's a remarkable, remarkable story, and I highly recommend it. So maybe it's in the along those same veins, Trotsky. Although she didn't have drugs, this Corey gal, she didn't have drugs, so that's interesting. It's like a technique thing. Yeah. I like playing Apex with you too, Gus. Likewise, Retro. I just tried Apex a little bit ago. Got pissed. Got killed while getting weapons multiple times, so I rage quit. You have to be very fast in that game, Mew. It's a ton of stuff to learn, and it's a ton of things to do simultaneously, but... Actual LSD. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, The Hiding Place. Sounds like a great Apex screen name. What, LSD Jack? Or the hide place? I know a lot about the concentration camps because my grandma was in one as a young child. Oh my goodness, vampire. Oh my goodness. No, 10 boom. Ah, I see, Jack. 10 boom, yes. Friends, again, I have to say this. I've said this, I know, like 6 or 7 or 8 times already tonight, you guys. I know, but I have to repeat it because we have some new friends among us. We have new faces, new members of the community, and new members of the Mafia. This material tonight that we're in, this is what we're reading. It's what the scrolling thing along the bottom of the screen says. This book, The Anatomy of Peace. This is book 2. Okay? I want to tell you guys, because I have a few minutes here, though not many. I want to tell you guys, if you're new around these parts, I want to tell you something that I told these folks who've been here for the duration. I want to tell you the thing that I told them at the outset. This series is called How to Human, right? How to Human. You, like many people here on the interwebs, our shared space, right? Our medium by which I have the privilege of meeting you. You may think humaning's impossible these days, or at least miserably difficult. That can all be true, and in a lot of instances it certainly is. There's a lot of folks today who struggle with community, who finding, establishing, and then maintaining real relationships, lasting relationships that are built on more than superficial things, who find that impossible. Our medium, again, does not lend itself to depth. It simply doesn't. Again, we've traded social institutions, things that lasted for centuries, for cheap imitations in social media, online spaces, right? Talk about making friends on Reddit, right? It's not a thing. How real are the relationships you have from the internet? For many of you, they're not great. And for what it's worth, that's not entirely your fault. Again, the medium does not lend itself to depth. And our current tools, our current stuff, does not lend itself. It does not suffer, as I say in my bios elsewhere, it does not suffer many, or if any, to be parted from the shallows. That it fosters, that it allows the shallows. This community, though, aims to be different. It's difficult, yes. Impossible, no. And that's why I'm using whatever influence I have on this platform to foster real and lasting relationships, challenging ones. Okay, what does that look like? What does this have to do with the books? We started with a book together, and this is what's being referred to each time someone kindly drops the reference to LSD, Leadership and Self-Deception. That's book 1 that we started together. Last month, 2 months ago, a while ago now, okay? We went through this fairly quickly. There's 3 of them. Joke just linked them up there in chat. Scroll up just a moment ago. Oh, right there. It's right there again. Thank you, Joke. Those are the recordings of me reading through this material. And if you've not gone through this material, I cannot strongly enough encourage you to do so. It is incredibly valuable stuff. Life-changing stuff, and I don't mean that in a hyperbolic sense, though it certainly sounds that way. This book absolutely upended my life. And who I was and how I behaved, and there was honestly a lot. There was a lot of loss. It cost me a great deal to go through this material the first time. And that was 10 years ago. What I want to do is here, this spring, go through this material with you lot. Difficult though it may be, because it is valuable. Massively so. And it is my assertion, is my posit to the folks who've been here for this thing, that the 3 books I plan on going through, Leadership and Self-Deception, The Anatomy of Peace, and the next one that's going to be started in 3 weeks' time, I believe. Next Friday, we finish this. Two weeks from now, I will have to check my military schedule. I'll have to check what the heck is going on. We've got something weird happening in June that's going to mess with my schedule more than usual. I'll have to figure out when that is. It's either in 2 weeks from tonight, the 31st, or 4 weeks from tonight? My goodness gracious, the 14th. One or the other, somewhere in there. 3 weeks? Somewhere in the next handful of weeks. We're starting a 3rd book. And that'll be the last one. At least that I've planned. And it has been my posit to you that those 3 books, if you can go through and like process the information in these books, stand up to the challenge of these things, and go through the material with this community, there is absolutely nothing, no subject, no difficulty too daunting for you to tackle amongst the members of the Mafia. No conversation, no trauma, no experience, no whatever. No disagreement, no ideology, no whatever. That will be too difficult for you to handle with the tools that you've been equipped with in these 3 books. It is my hope that in going through these 3 things together, we will know, effectively, per our stream title tonight, how to human in such a masterful way that you will be, as I have been in the past years that since I've gone through these things, you will be in awe of how you can face your giants socially, relationally, in a way you never thought possible, with peace. I want that so badly for each of you. I want you to have peace, to be unafraid when it comes to humaning with one another. I want that for you so much. And I believe that going through this material is an effective way to achieve that very thing. So thank you to each of you who have committed yourselves to the process, who have submitted yourselves to that process, to the difficulty of this stuff, who've asked yourself real and honest and difficult, yes, questions. Is this me? Which boxes am I in? Who am I in the box toward? How have I been relating to people? And am I the problem? For me, yes, the answer was yes. The answer was a very easy yes. I was the problem. And sometimes I continue to be. Not all the time. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm the problem. And the thing is, we don't find solutions to any of our problems, our interpersonal strife, any of those difficulties. We don't find solutions to any of those. We don't even have the possibility of finding solutions to those things until we admit that. We've got a couple members of our community, some of our number, who've been through 12-step programs of one stripe or another. And they will tell you this same truth, this same thing that has been known by the recovery communities forever. It starts with understanding I'm the problem. It's me. And if you're not in that spot right now, that's okay. That is a hard thing. And some of us are stubborn. I say us because I am the most stubborn person that I know. Historically, and even sometimes in my present, yes, I'm a hard-headed person. And I want to know things, and then once I know those things, I dig in my heels. That's me. I'm closed-minded in a lot of instances. Not so much these days. Less. Some of you are like, hey, hang on. No. You didn't know me before. Compared to how I was, I am incredibly open-minded these days. Incredibly open-minded. Am I perfect? No, far from it. But I can get no better until I admit that I've still a long ways to go. Same holds true for you, dear friends. It starts with admitting my need. First, my need for change, yes. But then also for the thing that will help bring about that change, and that's community. That spot in the book that we went through tonight, that really tough thing. If I can find it again, I'd like to read it again. What I didn't realize until years later is that whenever I dehumanize another, I necessarily dehumanize all that is human, including myself. And I wanted to revisit something else. I'm sorry, I know we're nearly out of time here. I wanted to revisit this. This is on page 169 for me. Time check. Thank you, Retro. Pretty sure if anyone wants the links outside of stream, typing these commands should work in the chat tab section. It's true, yes. It's all available offline. Thank you, Jack. Thank you for saying so. They are available online and offline, yes. Page 169, we're talking about Avi being in the desert and Yusuf just listening, right? He says, Yusuf he sits there and pours out his heart about his dad, his loss. And he says, Yusuf just sat there with me and listened. Although he couldn't have known it, he was something of a surrogate for my father that night. If I couldn't be with my father, it was at least helpful to be with someone. After nearly 5 years of barricading myself from the world. I underlined this part. It was at least helpful to be with someone. That is, my friends, what I refer to here in the Mafia all the time as sitting in the ashes. In the Rendezvous, for instance, it is our cardinal rule that though it is difficult to do so, though we all want to help, and by help I mean fix, when someone shares something difficult or troublesome, something that's hard. All of us, for better or worse, for good motivations or bad, out of love or out of wanting to be seen as, wanting to be right, we want to fix. And yet, in most instances, when someone is sharing or grieving, they are not also asking, they're not also saying, hey, does anyone know how I can get out of this spot? Hey, does anybody know a solution to this problem? Hey, what do you all think about me moving forward from here? No, they are grieving. And as much as we are all inclined to help or to fix, that's not been asked of us. So whether it is out of love or of self-importance, we've not been asked to help. One of the chief benefits of what it is we do on Wednesdays during the rendezvous is this right here. We sit with them and mourn. We sit in the ashes of the world that's burned down around them in many cases. And that's it. We sit with them. If I couldn't be with my father, it was at least helpful to be with someone. To do what? To be. Just that. Just that. As if it's not a world-shaking, life-altering thing. Just to be. Now, my inclination is to help. My inclination is to fix. I do that. Type A personality. I want to get after it, baby. Let's go. This is where I struggle. Which is why it's something that I need to be careful to try and enforce. First with myself and then with others on Wednesdays. It is a struggle for me to just be with someone in their hurt and sit with them in it. It goes on to say on that same page, over the days that followed with memories of another, the memories of another flooded my mind. Hamish, what a friend he had been, how gracious, pure, and good he had been to me, and I so wicked. He had come to me in my moment of great loss, knowing how deeply I must be hurting, and wanting in some small way to help me bear my pain. Hamish didn't show up saying, here's how to feel better. Here, let's rationalize our way through this. Here are some steps that you can take. He came to me and wanted in some small way to help me bear my pain. Follow the imagery here. You're in community with someone who is suffering under a load, a burden. They've not asked, how do I get out from under this burden? They are merely suffering. What does it look like to sit in the ashes with somebody? This will, this need, this desire to just help them in whatever capacity, however, to help them bear it. And what you reject in rejecting the person who wants to help you bear that pain, you reject their love. You reject a gift. It's more blessed to give than to receive, right? Cool. If you never receive, no one can ever give. Sometimes you need to receive. He had come as an angel of comfort and goodwill, and I cast him out. How often do we cast out the people who just want to help us bear a burden? I'm guilty of that. It was helpful to just be with someone. We need this, friends. We need community. Each of us, regardless of where you are, where you've been, or what you've done, what your disposition is, introvert, extrovert, none of it matters. What matters is that you have community. Community that cares about you, regardless of where it is you've been, where it is you're going. A community that will stand with you and just be. That's what the Mafia strives to be. We're not perfect. Far from it. I'm in it. It can't be perfect so long as I'm in it. Incidentally, it can't be perfect so long as it's got any humans in it. It's one for the philosophers. Do we just delete the entire thing and then it becomes perfect? But then it doesn't exist anymore, so is it a perfect thing? You see? It's a problem. For I am a disappointment in all of my efforts and all of my aims to create content worthy of you. Something worthy of your unspeakable worth. I will fail necessarily because of my humanity, because of my humanness, because of who I am. I am the disappointment in chief. Here I am overseeing this field of disappointments. Disappointments all. Humans. All. Humans all. We're going to strive to do a pretty good job with this stuff. And we'll fail. And we'll pick ourselves back up and try again and do a little bit better this time and then fail again. And then rinse and repeat ad nauseum until the heat death of the universe. But in that time, we will have community who are each getting sharpened by that very community. Honed. Challenged, yes. Pressed, yes. Held accountable by, yes. And by all of this struggling, by all of this pressure, we will succeed severally and corporately. We will grow, and as a result, we will be better able to field the difficulties that the world has for us in the days, weeks, months, and hopefully years to come. And if you don't have a community right now outside of difficulty, the time to look for one is not when the difficulties come, not when the storms come and it's raging all around you. For if you are in a season right now of peace, then the storms are coming. Some of you are in the storms right now. Find a community. In whatever season you're in. Could be the Mafia. And again, thank you to those of you who have welcomed kindly the new joins. It is our burden, we veterans of this thing, to shoulder the life that they're bringing to us, to shoulder the struggles and the pain that they'll yet bring. They're looking for somebody. They're looking for you. Me? Yeah, you. I can't do all this by myself. I'm one person. And I remain a human. So, just one guy. No, I desperately need help. From you guys. Which is why I'm so grateful to all of you who have offered it here this evening. By welcoming the new joins. Answering questions, dropping links. You guys. Hit the nail on the head. One of my biggest struggles as well. Still working on it day by day. Trying to not fix, yeah. Just trying to be. Just trying to be. Humans are inherently flawed because they all think and dream individually. Therefore, perfection is an achievement impossible to attain. Well, we don't need external evidence or philosophers. None of us here. I don't suspect. None of you who are here in the wee hours, in the witching hours, going through this material of your own volition on a Friday night. None of us here, I suspect, need anyone external to us to convince us that we're not perfect. No. No, none of us are that delusional. I would say some days I can be deluded, but on the whole, no, I don't need someone to remind me how screwed up I am. I don't need someone to remind me just how short I fall. I don't need that. But many times I do need people at my side to help me shoulder the mistakes, the errors, the weight of my failures. I need that same as everybody else. I'm human. Same as you. Perfectly imperfect. Gladly say my go-to person is my best friend. And I'm grateful. I'm so glad. Grateful is the wrong word. I'm so glad that you have that, Vampire. Many people don't have that. Many people don't have someone they can call a best friend in that sense. Many people, especially now, people who are raised on the internet in particular. Reading Nietzsche right now, and it can be depressing. You want to see a fun thing? You want to see a fun thing, Diesel? Let me see if I can capture a screen here. No, I'm gonna mess it up. I'm gonna mess it up. I'm gonna read to you, Diesel. I'm gonna read to you the background, my desktop background right now. Okay? Desktop background that I'm looking at right now over here, okay? Now I got the stuff turned off. My desktop background is a portrait of Nietzsche. And a quote that I reflect on often in light of what it is I'm trying to do here. The strength of a person's spirit would then be measured by how much truth he could tolerate. Or, more precisely, to what extent he needs to have it diluted, disguised, sweetened, muted, falsified. There are a lot of folks that we've met in the wider community who need everything diluted, disguised, sweetened, muted, or falsified. Many, for their strength of spirit, is small, is low. I've thought a lot about the various things that Nietzsche said in his life. An interesting guy. Interesting guy. With whom I disagree on some things, obviously, and I agree with on others. Here I am, going through hard mode things with you guys. And there's a reason each week I get to raise a glass to you, as I'll do with my final one this evening. And I get to do so and speak to the spirit that you each possess in choosing to forfeit a Friday night to this. It's a remarkable thing indeed. And those of you who've been around for even 2 weeks are already sick of hearing me saying it, because you hear me say it all the time. But it's true, and it's the only words that make sense to say in this case. This is why each week I get to raise a glass to the people that I have the privilege of doing life alongside. Because no, I don't take for granted that you're here, listening to me go through this. No, I don't. So it's to you, dear friends, we happy few, you tough sort, that I get to raise my final glass. Cheers. My next stream is tomorrow. As I said several times tonight, I believe that real relationships involve the silliness and the seriousness. Tonight, we've done the serious. But I'd be remiss if we didn't also celebrate the silliness. We've got lots of that, dear friends. The silly and the serious, all the stuff in between. It happens in the Mafia, in the community Discord. That's the hub of this life. That's the hub of the silly and the serious. Tomorrow night's a special night. I have the Hot Bride guest appearing for the stream. We're going to be playing Bread and Fred together, which is a hysterical and difficult platforming game that we've played together before, but it's been a very long time. Nursing school precludes her from doing anything really with the Mafia, but she has a few days off here as she just finished the halfway mark, and now she goes straight into summer school and then into fall. So we don't get to see her really until 2025? Especially now that she's starting an apprenticeship in the hospital, in the neuro department, alongside her summer and fall semesters. She's going to be gone even more than she already was. Buried in even more work than she already was. So, thoughts and prayers for her, because that's a lot. But we have her until Monday. So, tomorrow night, I hope you guys will come out. I hope you'll consider coming out and supporting her with your bandwidth, with your well-wishings, whatever. She'll be here. And we're going to play some Bread and Fred. And at the beginning of the stream, we've got the premiere. Thank you, Retro. Right there. There's the link. That takes you to the premiere that we're going to be doing a watch party of at the beginning of tomorrow night's stream. We're going to be premiering an edit of my very first night playing Minecraft. It's a several years old edit. It's a bit cringe for me to look back on, but I think any of you will get a kick out of it. And, you'll enjoy my suffering. It's something. It's something. Call them every day. I have issues. And them to me as well. Super cool vampire. My go-to person is my middle brother. And a few of my Twitch friends. Super cool, Mew. Super cute. Super cool. Words are hard. I like my coffee straight. Yeah, Jack, I got you. I know I spelled the name wrong, but everyone pronounces it a different way anyways. I wouldn't do him the disservice. Nietzsche. I've always seen Nietzsche. That's the one. Alright. Thank you guys for dropping links. I've got iDrop content to do. iDrop content. Let's do it. Ooh, that was a good one too. Alright. Thank you guys for dropping links. I appreciate you. And thank you to everybody who makes this possible. Again, you can follow on Twitch if you haven't. You can subscribe on YouTube if you've not. We've got regular YouTube upload content every other weekend right now. Tomorrow night is that weekend, we get to do it tomorrow night. and then we will pick back up and finish this book next Friday. Okay, put it on your phone, set an alarm, whatever it is you got to do. The 24th, May 24th, here Pacific time. Some of you, like Suki, dear Suki here, is in the future, so it's the 25th for her and the rest of the Aussies who are out there living in the future. But that's the next. We're gonna finish this book. I'm very much looking forward to discussion with you guys on Wednesday during the rendezvous. Thank you, Retro. Thank you. We take those 9s. Yeah. Follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, join the Discord if you think you can manage the rules. Thank you guys for throwing stickers at the new joins in the Discord. That's pretty darn slick of you. And thank you to my patrons, without whom any of this benefit, it doesn't happen. I don't get to do any of this without my patrons. So thank you to everybody who has parted with their hard-won dollars to see that this is a project that has a shot at a future. Thank you. In particular, I'm grateful right here to my public patrons, Aki, BV, Bootless, Chidori, CJ number 2, Dano, Leanne, Ferret, Goose, Jen, Joke, Abby, Mama Gus, Mel now, one of us, Karma, Retro, Ryan, Thump, Tech, Mouse, Trotsky, Pell, Dragon, CJ number 1, and Zin. Keep Mouse in your thoughts also. She's got a long road ahead of her as she travels all the way across the country. I don't know, it's like several states. That's not the whole country, but she's got to go like 3 states, 4 states? I don't know how many states it is. I can't picture it on the map. It's a weird part of the map. It'd be so much easier for a horizontal mouse. She's got a long week ahead of her with a lot of humaning to do in there. So, thank you to all of you who make it possible. No raid tonight, as we don't raid out from the seriousness. But, you know, put friends before frames. If there's any other content creators out there that you think are doing a decent job, that you think are entertainers, that are earning your time and your consideration, you know, maybe pull up a tab for them as you round out your evening. Maybe pull up a tab and leave it up. That's what I'm going to be doing. Whomever is still alive at the end of this, I'm going to be leaving up a tab for him as I go the heck to sleep. So, that's all the stuff. That's all the things. So what does it look like? What does it look like to do life alongside the remarkable men and women of the Mafia who have agreed to try life on hard mode? What does it look like to pursue and foster real relationships in the face of so many parasocial ones? What does it look like to go from the seriousness of tonight to the silliness of tomorrow night? Come and see. Come and see. And as ever, I missed mine earlier. What? Clink? What? The clink? I saw your clink. Wah. My score? Oh, no, it was a 10. I saw it. I saw it, Joke. I just didn't believe it. I thought it was a typo. I thought you were giving me a 1.0. I didn't dare to hope. I didn't dare to dream. No, 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 no. Nope. No, no, no. Too danger. Can't allow myself to hope. Can't do it. Flew too close to the sun and all that. Thank you, Vampire. You take care of yourself, my friend. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Alright, gang. Come and see. And as ever, I will strive to see that it's a decision that you don't regret. In the meantime, I wish for you each marvelous evenings, mornings, wherever you be, and I will see you on the other side.